Let's go to the opera. Your host, the Book of the Month Club, welcomes you to the 25th in its series of opera programs sung in English. This evening, in response to many requests from the radio audience, our music is drawn entirely from one opera, Richard Strauss' Der Rosenkavalier. Our soloists are three Metropolitan Opera artists, Mimi Benzel, Mary Henderson, and Martha Lifton, and Mr. Robert Marshall of the Concert Stage and Radio. The orchestra is under the direction of the young American conductor, Mr. Thomas Sherman. Rosenkavalier is the story of a princess who tries to recapture her youth in a romance with a young nobleman, Octavian. But Octavian finds real love with another. The mood of the opera is set in this sparkling music of the Prelude. Mr. Thomas Sherman has begun our program of excerpts from Richard Strauss' Der Rosenkavalier with a prelude to the opera. In the first act, the princess is upset by a visit from her cousin, a coarse, middle-aged baron. He wants to marry Sophie, the pretty daughter of a merchant, and asks the princess to make the traditional arrangements. After the baron leaves the princess, she expresses her disgust for his vulgarity and thinks back over her own unhappy marriage, which was arranged in the same cold-blooded way. Mary Henderson, as the princess, sings, "Now There He Goes."
He takes a charming youth
That was Mary Henderson as the princess in Der Rosenkavalier, singing Now There He Goes. The princess is continually being interrupted by all sorts of hangers-on. Among them is an Italian tenor who seeks her patronage. In this aria, Strauss imitates the old Italian operatic style. Robert Marshall, as the Italian tenor, sings Di Rigore Armato. That was Robert Marshall singing the tenor aria from Der Rosenkavalier. Following an 18th century tradition, the part of the young nobleman, Octavian, is sung by a woman. In the opera, Octavian is chosen as the Rosenkavalier, or Knight of the Rose, to represent the Baron in the presentation of a rose to Sophie. During the ceremony, Octavian and Sophie become infatuated with each other. Mimi Benzel as Sophie and Martha Lipton as Octavian sing the lovely duet, Mine is the Honor, from Der Rosenkavalier. The audience applauds Mimi Benzel and Martha Lipton, who just sang a duet from the second act of Der Rosenkavalier. We shall hear other selections from this opera presently. During the brief intermission, I want to tell you about a new book just published, titled A Treasury of Grand Opera. It is certain to appeal particularly to you who are listening to this program. It gives a perfectly grand presentation of some of the greatest operas of all time. And with its attractive format and beautiful illustrations by Raffaello Bozzoni, son of the great pianist, it is one of the handsomest books of the season. The editor, Henry Simon, gives all the necessary background information you need for each opera, how it came to be written, its place in the composer's life, its literary and stage history. Then, scene by scene, he tells the story of the opera, analyzing the music for the layman. Finally, there is the actual musical score of all the principal arias, duets, and so forth. 300 pages in all, arranged to delight the heart of the average amateur pianist, and with a separate vocal line. In addition, Mr. Bozzoni, the illustrator, has prefaced each opera with a lovely full-page illustration in 2 colors, and each scene with striking black and white drawings. A Treasury of Grand Opera is a book you can't afford to miss as a music lover. Even when this beautiful book was in preparation, the Book of the Month Club was so intrigued with its possibilities that it was set aside as a reserve book dividend. Now the club will distribute a Treasury of Grand Opera to members as their book dividend for January and February of next year. Meanwhile, the Book of the Month Club is offering a copy free to new members who begin their subscription now. Write to the Book of the Month Club, care of this station, if you... Those were the waltzes from Der Rosenkavalier. At the end of the opera, the princess learns that Octavian and Sophie love each other and gives them her blessing. In the famous trio which follows, she realizes that she can never again recapture her youth, while Octavian and Sophie unite in a song of young love. Mary Henderson, Mimi Benzel, and Martha Lipton sing the trio from Der Rosenkavalier. Tonight's performance of music from Richard Strauss' Der Rosenkavalier was the 25th in the series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock by your host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Mimi Benzel, Mary Henderson, Martha Lipton, and Robert Marshall. Our conductor was Thomas Sherman. Next week's Let's Go to the Opera program will be the last in this summer series. It will present Marie Rondal, Winifred Height, Eugene Conley, and Hugh Thompson. This will be an all-Italian program featuring the music of Verdi, Donizetti, and Mascagni. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It is produced by Roger Bauer and comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. The program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good afternoon, everyone, and holiday greetings from Box 44 in New York's Metropolitan Opera House. You're once again the invited guests of the National Broadcasting Company on a coast-to-coast network of its associated stations for an afternoon of opera. Today's performance is of special interest. The Metropolitan Opera Company is reviving this afternoon for the first time since 1937 Ponchielli's realistic and tragic opera La Gioconda, to be sung in Italian by a famous cast headed by Zinka Milanov in the title role, Bruna Castagna, Anna Cascas, Giovanni Martinelli, Carlo Morelli, Niccolo Moscona, and others. We are now awaiting our conductor, Ettore Panizza, who is on his way to the orchestra pit.
Lucania, tra due colonnette della tua ragna, parla bel cantastorie, e le sue file sono le corde di questo apparecchio. Col lavorio sottile e di mano e d'orecchio, colgo i tassari al vol per conto dello Stato. Se mai non falla l'udito mio, toglier potessi per le mie brame e tosto una terza pochissima far fuori farfalla sei tuo le farfalla e la Gioconda mia, Padron tuane, hai faccia da malanno, direbbe da bere, e alla regata non hai fatto bandiero, infatti parlando. E se la vera cagion mio ti dicesti del tuo danno, lo so, la flora breve era rempata, e che dunque la piscina lasso hai la barca stregata e di canta una marina bieca sul suo capo osserva quella cieca magico segno barca sarà la tua bara e guardia fratello la vidi 3 volte scagliarsi di remi parole tremende lo combinatori anch'io sarà la tua bara guarda fratello sempre quell'orrido tentato vede cieca a vuote le occhiaie eppure il crede la cieca ci guarda la cieca ci vede ci vede oh spavento la cieca ci guarda
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products.
Telephone. I got it. Mr. Gildersleeve's residence. I'm sorry that Mr. Gildersleeve isn't up yet. Yes, ma'am, I'm surprised myself. Is there any message? Okay. I sure don't understand it. Mr. Gildersleeve is a man who'd rather eat than sleep any day.
Got any more toast, Bertie? Who was that?
Some lady for your uncle.
Dames. Who was it, Bertie?
I don't know, except it wasn't Miss Ransom or Miss Goodwin.
Well, someone new. He didn't get in till pretty late last night.
Here he comes now. Hi, Unc.
Oh, good morning, Leroy. You aren't thinking of going anywhere in that sweater, I trust.
Sure, why not?
Because it's filthy. Change it. Good morning, Marjorie. Good morning, Bertie.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good afternoon, Unky.
No, my dear.
Your lady friends have already been phoning you.
Lady phone? Who?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve, except it wasn't one of the regulars.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean by that expression, Bertie.
She means it wasn't Mrs. Ransom or Miss Goodwin.
Oh, did you tell her I was out, Bertie?
No, sir, I told her you was asleep.
Yeah. That might give people a bad impression, Bertie. If it was my secretary down at the office, for instance, she might... Well, it wouldn't be good for her morale.
No, sir. You want some practice, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie, I'm good and hungry.
And don't forget some more toast, Bertie.
I ain't forgotten, Leroy.
Marjorie, I'd like to see the morning paper if you're through with it.
Almost, Unky.
Why, it was pretty late when you came in last night, Unc.
How did you happen to be awake?
I wasn't. Not till you tripped over something in the hall.
Yes, I tripped over your football, my boy. I've told you not to leave that thing lying around where people can fall over it.
Oh, sorry, Unc. Where'd you put it? I need it this morning.
I put it where no one will ever trip over it again for some time.
Put it on.
I've warned you often enough, my boy.
Oh, gosh. Whenever he stays up late, this is the way.
Here's the paper, Unky. Look, I want to show you something. On the society page.
I'm not interested in the society page.
You will be. Listen to this. Music lovers in Summerfield will have a rare treat next Saturday when the Wings of Song Opera Company makes a special benefit appearance here.
Oh, let me see that. The event is being sponsored by the exclusive Summerfield Women's Club in conjunction with the sponsors committee of other socially prominent citizens. Box parties are already being planned, and the whole affair promises to be one of the top events of the season for the Summerfield elite.
What does elite mean, Unc?
Means a bunch of stuffed shirts, my boy. Well, they can have their opera.
But, Unky, you don't want to miss this.
I'm evidently not socially prominent enough to be on the committee.
That's no reason you shouldn't go and enjoy the music.
I wouldn't enjoy it if I went. Opera in Summerfield can't possibly be any good.
I don't see why not. It's a regular opera company.
There are good opera companies and bad opera companies, my dear. To distinguish between them requires rare musical judgment. Now, who has selected this opera company? Mrs. Pettibone, the president of the Women's Club. She never heard an opera in her life. Now, if they'd seen fit to consult with me, but no. Oh, no. Mr. Gildersleeve isn't quite la-di-da enough to be on any opera committee. Oh, mercy, no.
Jeepers, what's he all excited about?
I'm perfectly calm, my boy. I'm a little disappointed, I'll admit, that there are people in Summerfield who think more of so-called ancestry than they do of real worth, that's all. I happen to believe that opera should be enjoyed by everybody, not simply by the favored few.
I still don't see why you can't just buy a ticket.
Because I'm not the kind of a person who likes to horn in where he isn't wanted.
You mean just because you're not on the committee, you won't go to the opera?
Oh, that has nothing whatever to do with it. The opera won't be any good, I'll tell you that. Some small-time company I never heard of. Any opera company that would come to Summerfield must have something to hide.
I got it, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve, President. Yes, ma'am. He's been up, about 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am. I'll call him. Mr. Gildersleeve, I think it's the same lady.
Bertie, you don't have to tell people I'm asleep, and you don't have to tell them how long I've been up. Hello. Oh, yes, Mrs. Pettibone. Yes, I read about it in this morning's paper. Me? A sponsor? I'm pretty busy, Mrs. Pettibone. But, of course, where opera is concerned, I'll be glad to help. You bet. Any time at all. Not at all, Mrs. Pettibone. Thank you. Oh, solo mio. Da-da-da-da.
What a character.
You children have to hurry and get out of here now. Mrs. Pettibone and Mrs. Bullard are coming over to consult me about the opera.
I'll get right out, Unc. I could play outdoors if I knew where my football was.
It's in the laundry hamper upstairs.
Gee, thanks, Unc. I'll do the same for you sometime.
Yes. Oh, solo mio, da-da-da-da. Just sit down any place, ladies. Sofa, Mrs. Pettibone?
This chair is very comfortable, thank you.
Then I'll try the sofa.
Fine, Mrs. Bullard. Shove over a little. I can't tell you ladies how enthusiastic I am about this opera thing.
I knew you would be. I said to Mrs. Bullard, Mr. Gildersleeve is one man I know we can count on, I said. Didn't I say that, Mrs. Bullard?
She certainly did, Mr. Gildersleeve. She sang your praises. She said you're a man that knows and appreciates music.
Well, I happen to have. I've had a little musical training.
Mr. Gildersleeve sings, Mrs. Bullard. Did I tell you Mr. Gildersleeve sings?
Oh, I've heard him from across the street.
I'm afraid sometimes I forget myself. That is, I forget what a big voice I have. You need a big voice in opera, of course.
Mr. Gildersleeve, don't tell me you sung opera.
Well, I appeared in 1 or 2 productions at college. What opera is the company going to present?
Well, that's up to the committee to decide. We'll want your advice on that, of course, as one of the sponsors.
Oh, at your service, ladies.
Which opera do you prefer, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, they're all good.
I think we can decide that later, Mrs. Bullard. There's another problem that we have to consult Mr. Gildersleeve about.
Yes?
Since this is for charity, we've got to make it a success.
Oh, it will be.
If it is, it'll be due to the efforts of a handful of men like yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're not asking many sponsors.
Is that so?
Oh, very few, Mr. Gildersleeve. But your name is so well known.
Well, everybody sees it on their water bill once a month. Say, how would it be if I sent out a little notice about the opera along with my December statements?
I don't think that would be quite appropriate.
Why not? Good way to sell tickets.
Oh, we won't have any trouble selling tickets. People are going to be fighting for tickets. After all, Summerfield has never had an opera.
I see. How much are the tickets?
$5 apiece.
$5 apiece?
Yes, you see our problem, Mr. Gildersleeve. The tickets are so ridiculously cheap that everybody will want to come. Isn't it silly?
It certainly is.
But we've thought of a way around it. All our sponsors are taking 15 tickets apiece. That's $75 worth.
But I only have a niece and nephew. I doubt if my nephew cares much for opera.
Oh, no. You sell the tickets to your friends, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just your best friends. You see, that way we can keep the tickets in the hands of the desirable element.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to call up a few people and...
Of course. But the sponsors take the tickets in advance. That'll be $75, Mr. Gildersleeve, and if you'll just write us out a check.
Check? You mean now?
Well, if it wouldn't be too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble. Only,
Yes?
nothing. Let's see. Checkbook. Where is it?
Make it out to Earl Lewis, Wings of Song Opera Company, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I see. Earl Lewis, Wings of Song Opera Company. Where am I going to get rid of 15 tickets, I wonder? 75 and hundreds. 15 tickets. Do I know 15 people that like opera? Do I know 15 people with $5? P. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve?
Well, howdy, P.B.
How's things down at the waterworks?
Gosh, I haven't even thought about the waterworks. I've been so busy with the opera. Just dropped in to check up on these tickets I left with you.
Oh, don't worry about those, Mr. Gildersleeve. I got them right here. I put them in the cash drawer for safekeeping.
But have you sold any?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I haven't. To tell you the truth, there doesn't seem to be much demand for them.
Well, it's like anything else, Peavy. You have to create the demand. You have to sell them.
I know, but just the same, I wonder if you haven't picked the wrong outlet here.
Why?
Well, in all the years I've been in the pharmacy business, I can't recall that anyone has ever come in here and asked for opera tickets. People come in and ask for a lot of things. I had a woman come in and ask for 12.5 skate keys once. Never told me what she wanted them for.
Skate keys at a drugstore? Why, that's ridiculous.
Yes, it is. It was just by the merest chance that I happened to have them. But as I say, I never had anybody ask for opera tickets. Of course, there hasn't been any opera.
Yes. Well, you can't wait for people to ask you for them, Peavy. You've got to ask them.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. The reason you haven't sold any tickets is you haven't tried.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. If you ask me, the reason I haven't sold any is... Well, I don't like to say this, but I wonder if you haven't set the price a little high, $5.
I didn't set the price, Peavy. That's what they cost. I'm not making anything on this, you know.
I know, but $5. That's $10 if you take the wife. And what man would go to an opera if it wasn't for his wife?
That's not the attitude, Peavy. You're not supposed to enjoy this. It's for charity.
That's what I say. What charity?
What's that?
I say, what charity is it being given for?
Oh, yes. Well, I don't know that that's been settled yet. But it'll be a worthy one, yes.
Pardon me, just a moment. Customer.
Don't forget about the tickets.
Good morning, Mrs. Hornberg.
Good morning, Mr. Peavy.
Fine day.
Yes, it is. Oh, is this gentleman ahead of me?
Oh, no. Go right ahead. I'm just waiting. Don't forget, Peavy.
What can I do for you, Mrs. Hornberg?
I'd like some aspirin, please.
Aspirin. Any particular brand?
Well, which is best?
Well, they're all monoacetic acid ester or salicylic acid.
They're all what?
They're all aspirin.
Peavy, the tickets.
Keep your shirt on.
You mean there's no difference between any of them?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I think I'll just take this one.
A very wise choice. That'll be 10 cents and 1 cent for the governor. Will there be anything else, Mrs. Hornbeck?
Peavy.
No, I think that's all, thank you.
Any razor blades? Shaving lotion? cod liver oil?
No, thank you.
Peavy.
Vitamin tablets? We have a special on bath salts.
Well, no,
You wouldn't want any tickets to the opera, would you?
No, I think that's... Did you say opera ticket?
Just a suggestion. I didn't really think you would.
Oh, my goodness.
There's your package, Mrs. Hornbeck. Thank you very much, and call again. There, you see, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Peavy, you take the cake. By George, you couldn't sell mittens at 60 below zero.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Give me back my tickets. I'll sell them myself.
And we'll find out how the Great Gildersleeve sells the tickets in just a moment.
Mr. Lang, before you say anything about parquet margarine, do you generally have a big breakfast at your house?
Well, we usually have a substantial breakfast.
Most of my friends say breakfast at their house is such a hectic affair. Everybody sort of eats and runs.
Yes, I expect that's true with a lot of people. But I think you'll find that a great many of our go-getting Americans have learned that they need the nourishment a hearty, hot breakfast provides.
Well, I wish I could get that idea across in my home.
Well, then I'd suggest that you make each breakfast as tempting as possible by serving hot breads or pancakes, or, of course, the old standby toast. And to make any kind of bread you serve taste extra good, I'd recommend parquet margarine as the spread. Parquet is preferred by millions as a spread for bread because of its unmatched flavor. And it's one of the most nourishing foods you can serve. It's rich in food energy value, and it's fortified with important vitamin A. So get your family off to a right start at breakfast by serving delicious, nourishing parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Hello, Mrs. Finley? This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. You probably don't know me, Mrs. Finley, but I'm calling with regard to the forthcoming opera benefit, of which you have undoubtedly heard, and of which I have the honor to be one of the sponsors. Your name has been given to me, Mrs. Finley, as one of the... Oh, you're a sponsor yourself. Well, how's it going? Me too. Well, good luck.
Uncle Mort, what are the chances of somebody else getting at that phone?
Not now, my dear. Give me another name from the book, Leroy.
We haven't had much luck with the F's. You want to try the G's?
I'll try anything.
But, Uncle Mort, you've been on the phone for hours.
The way it's going, I'll be on it for days.
But I've got to do my homework.
Well, go do it. Pick a name, Leroy.
But I've got to call Francie. It's algebra.
You're not going to do your algebra on my telephone.
Well, how can I do it if I can't call Francie?
Do it in your head. How does anybody else do it? Next name, Leroy?
Flack, E.J. Summerfield 0859.
Black. Summerfield 0859. Don't stand there making faces at me, Marjorie. Go do your hello. Yes. Hello, Mrs. Hold the wire a minute, please. Leroy, what was that name?
Flack.
Huh?
I think it was Flack. Maybe it was Flake. Or Fluke.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Mrs. Flack. This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Throckmorton Gildersleeve. You probably don't know me, Mrs. Flack, but I'm calling with regard to the forthcoming opera benefit, of which you've undoubtedly heard, and of which I have the honor to be one of the sponsors. Your name has been given to me. Mrs. Fluke is one... Oh, you too, huh? Sorry to have bothered you. How can anybody sell opera tickets if everybody's going to be a sponsor?
Doorbell. It's Judge Hooker.
Oh, what does he want? Just when I'm... Wait a minute. Let the dear judge in, my dear. Let him come right in.
Hello, Judge.
Good afternoon, Marjorie.
Horace, my old friend, welcome to our humble abode. Take the judge's coat there, my dear. Horace, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Well.
Leroy, get out of that chair. Sit down, old fellow. Sit down.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'll stand up, Gildy. No, thank you, Marjorie. I won't take off my coat.
Sit down, stand up, take off your coat, roast to death, suit yourself. This is Liberty Hall here. We want to please you.
Marjorie, how long has he been like this?
Since birth, I guess.
Horace, my friend, how much money have you got on you?
None of your business. Why?
Horace, my friend, much as I esteem you, I've always felt that there's one facet of your education that's been woefully neglected, and that is music.
What bush are you beating around now?
And if there's one field of music in which you're particularly ignorant, it's opera. Now, I am so fortunate as to have in my possession here a few little tickets.
If those are opera tickets.
They are.
And if you were thinking of selling me any.
It was in the back of my mind.
Well, I happen to be the chairman of the opera's committee on arrangements.
Horace, have you sold any of those tickets they stuck you with?
To tell you the truth, Gildy, I've been so busy with all the committee work I haven't even tried. But I anticipate no particular difficulty. I just dropped in to tell you that owing to the many demands upon my time, I may be a little late for the Jolly Boys meeting tonight.
Oh, I'd forgotten there was one.
You're going, aren't you?
I don't know.
Well, if you do, ask him not to hold up the proceedings for me. Oh, and since you mention it, you might just take these opera tickets of mine and pass them around down there in case any of the members are cared to purchase.
You go sell them yourself, Horace. I've got my own tickets to get rid of.
Huh. Well, I may see you later then, if you decide to go.
Don't worry. I'll be going. You're not going to get down there ahead of me, the old goat.
Floyd, you're the most... Boys. Let's be jolly boys, shall we?
I'm just trying to make myself heard, that's all, Chief.
Well, we heard you.
I say we've got to get behind the opera, fellas. I say we should support it.
Why?
It's for charity, Floyd.
Yeah, I know about charity. Give me another reason.
Well, it's going to be an important function socially. I think if the Jolly Boys were to attend, it would give them a little class.
A little class could ruin this club.
He's got a point there.
Yeah. Well, there's another thing, too. This isn't just a club here. In a way, we're a musical organization.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you wouldn't, maybe. But, Floyd, you're a singer.
Well, I can hold my own, I guess.
You're as sound a tenor as I know.
Gee, thanks, Commissioner.
And the chief here. I don't know where you'd find a better bass.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Of course, the judge ain't here, so we don't have to lie about him.
Yeah, very good, Floyd. So what I say, fellows, as music lovers and the only singing group in Summerfield that's worth a hoot, the Jolly Boys should not only go to the opera, they should attend in a body. How about it?
He's got a point there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's all go.
That's the stuff, fellas. Now, I've been able to obtain a few choice tickets, which I happen to have here with me. Coincidence. Let's see. Each of us will want to take a wife or friend, I presume.
Just a minute, Commish. How much are these tickets?
How much are they?
Yeah, how much?
$5.
$5?
$5?
$5 to take the wife to a lousy opera?
$10, Floyd. The tickets are $5 apiece.
You keep out of this, Peavy.
Now, hold on. I'm for charity and all that, but fun is fun.
Yeah.
When I pay out $10, I like to get a little something for my money. Lousy opera.
Have you ever been to the opera, Floyd?
No, and it don't look like I'm going.
Have you, Chief?
No, I can't say that I have.
Peavy?
I told you, Merry Widow.
Yeah. Why, gentlemen, you've missed some of the greatest entertainment in the world.
That ain't what I heard.
Why, it's exciting. It's spectacular. People go miles to see it. Why, in the opera Carmen alone, you know what you get?
What?
Bullfights, duels, parades, love scenes, beautiful senoritas.
Yeah?
Yeah. And through it all, gorgeous melodies. Toreador, oh, Toreador, Toreador, Toreador.
What's the opera about, Commissioner?
Carmen, what's it about?
Yeah.
Well, it's about this girl named Carmen, this beautiful senorita. She's Spanish, see, and she's very ooh-la-la.
That's French.
Well... She's the French type, only she's Spanish. Oh. So in comes this fellow who's in love with her. His name is Don somebody, and he's about 6'6". He comes marching in. Toreador, oh, Toreador.
You sang that.
Yeah. Well, he no sooner arrives and start make loving. Well, who wrote this? He no sooner arrives and starts making love to Carmen, who, believe me, fellas, is a dish, really. Then in comes another fella, Don somebody else. Right away, they're jealous. And they whip out their swords and go at it hammer and tongs. Toreador, Toreador.
Is that the only song in the opera?
Let him tell the story, Floyd.
Floyd, don't betray your ignorance. Surely you've heard... Vesti la juba, yo-ho-ho, Pagliacci. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, that's it, Chief.
Why, I've heard that.
Sure, and then there's... Celeste Aida.
Who's Aida? Friend of Carmen's.
Oh. Celeste Aida. Da, Carmen.
Is that opera? No kidding?
Certainly. Oh, and don't forget Martha.
She another friend?
I guess so.
Martha, Martha, I implore you, leave me not to pine and sigh. Say, Chief, you know that, don't you?
I've got a record of that.
Great.
Hey, this sounds like a great show.
Oh, it's even better when you see it. Bullfights, fellas, beautiful senoritas, a band of 50 pieces.
Mr. Gildersleeve, are there any elephants?
I wouldn't be surprised, Peavy. It's got everything else.
Yeah, I always like to see the elephant.
Oh, well. Now, who wants tickets, fellas? How many? Chief?
I'll bite, Commissioner. Give me 2.
That's the stuff. 2 for the chief. Peavy, how about you?
Give me 1 for now. I'll let you know about the other one later.
Great. 1 it is. Floyd, how about it?
I still say $10 is too steep.
Oh, come on, Floyd.
Yes, Floyd. Let's all go.
Well, don't urge him if you don't want to. Just hate to think about what he's missing, that's all those gorgeous melodies. Some think the world was made for fun and frolic, and so do I.
And so do I.
Some like to fret and be all melancholic.
To pine and sigh.
To pine and sigh.
Come on, how about it, Floyd?
Nope.
But I like to spend my time in singing
some joyful song.
Some joyful song.
To set the world with laughter bravely ringing is far from wrong.
Is far from wrong.
Hearken, hearken,
music fills the air.
Hearken, hearken, joy is everywhere. Paninkily, panikula, panikily, panikula.
Joy is every... Floyd, I forgot to tell you about the biggest scene in the opera.
What's that?
That's where Carmen and her friend, these 2 beautiful senoritas, they get into a fight over this fellow. You know, Don somebody?
Yeah.
And I tell you, it's really something to see. They bite, they scratch, they even start to tear each other's clothes off.
Tear each other's... Yeah?
Right before your very eyes. But there's no telling how it might end. Only the dancing girls come in and pull them apart.
Dancing girls? You didn't tell me they had dancing girls.
Oh, hundreds of them.
I'll take 2 tickets.
Joy is everywhere.
Paniculi, panicula.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a few moments. A little while ago, I had a few words to say about parquet margarine's fresh, delicate flavor, how it makes all kinds of bread taste so good. And I also pointed out how parquet margarine helps provide your family with fine, wholesome nourishment because it's so rich in food energy and fortified with important vitamin A. Now, another reason why parquet margarine is preferred by millions to any other spread is that it's so economical. Parquet's nourishing goodness and unmatched flavor can be enjoyed by your family for only about half the price of costly spreads. So why pay more? Just try Parquet margarine once and see if you don't prefer it to any other brand. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by the Kraft Foods Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's just 1 week left in the Victory Bond Drive. The war is over, but the government needs money to bring our men home from overseas, to provide hospital care for the wounded, to support the wives and children of those who will never return. If the war was worth buying bonds for, surely these vital peacetime needs deserve our help, too. And remember, inflation is still a danger, and the bonds are the best defense against it. So if you haven't bought your Victory Bond yet, do it tomorrow. Will you? Good night, everybody.
Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You good cooks know it's the seasoning that adds extra zest to foods. That's why there's been such a big swing to Kraft Salad Mustard for pepping up meals. You'll be delighted with the extra flavor tang Kraft Salad Mustard adds to meat, hot vegetable, and cheese dishes, and to gravies, pickle relishes, and barbecue sauce. There's another variety, too, just a bit sharper, and oh so tasty on frankfurters and in sauce for fish. It's the Kraft Mustard with nippy horseradish added. Buy both delicious Kraft prepared mustards when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see what goes on in Summerfield. Well, you'd hardly know the place. Summerfield, which usually can boast no more than a second-run movie, is suddenly all aflutter over the prospect of an evening of grand opera. And how did this come to be? Well, it seems that Mrs. Rumson Bullard, while on a recent trip to New York, bought herself a very expensive evening gown.
Do you like it, Rumson?
Yes, it's very becoming. But where on earth are you going to wear it in this town?
I know. That's the only thing.
Never fear. Where such things are at stake, woman will find a way. And so it is that a touring opera company is scheduled for a single performance at the dusty old Summerfield Opera House, underwritten by such prominent citizens as Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve and Judge Horace Hooker. In fact, the two of them are up early and in Mr. Gildersleeve's study right now discussing the matter.
What seems to be your problem, Judge?
Women.
Yeah. How'd you come to get mixed up with women at your age?
No, it's this darned opera. They made me chairman of the committee on arrangements. I don't know why I ever said I'd do it. Nothing but a lot of jealous women in my hair all day long.
You never could handle women, you know, Judge.
Well, you may be right. Say, Gildy, maybe you...
Oh, no, thanks. I've done enough. I've sold my $75 worth of tickets for the opera, and that's plenty.
But, Gildy, you're the man they should have appointed to head this committee in the first place.
That may well be. But it so happens they didn't. Now let them try to get along without me.
Gildy, that's not the spirit.
If they want to appoint some tactless old goat who doesn't know the first thing about handling women, who puts his foot in his big mouth every time he opens it, and probably insults him when he thinks he's paying him a compliment.
You're right, Gildy. I am tactless. I realize that.
Handling women is an art, Horace. It's an instinct. You're either born with it or you aren't.
That's so true. And you do it so well. I envy you, Gildy. I truly do.
Well, I could probably give you a few tips, but why should I? Why should you get the credit while I...
Exactly.
Huh?
Now, why don't we fool them, Gildy? Why don't we just take matters into our own hands and handle it the way it should have been handled in the first place?
Oh, how's that?
Well, we won't consult anybody about it. I'll just resign in your favor.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, you said yourself you're the obvious man for the job.
Well, I don't know that I said it.
Well, there's hardly any work involved, Gildy. It's all done, practically. All it calls for now is someone to act as referee, as it were, between the various women. Someone with your deft touch, Gildy.
Uh-huh.
Someone who has a way with the ladies. You devil, you. Then you'll do it, huh?
Now, well, wait a minute.
Doorbell!
I'll get it, Bertie. Now what? I got to be getting down to the office.
Well, I'll drive you down, Gildy.
Oh, Leela, hello.
Get your hat and coat, Throckmorton. You're coming with me.
Coming where?
To the dressmaker's.
What?
I'm having a new gown made for the opera, and I'm having a fitting at 9:30. I want you to come and see it.
Oh, but I can't.
But I want you to pass on it, Throckmorton. I want to know if you approve. Some people might think it was a little extreme.
Well, I'd like to, but I can't, Leela. I got a million things to do.
Oh, now run and get your coat, you hear? I won't take no for an answer. Besides, how am I going to get there if you don't drive me?
Well, gosh, all right, wait there. I'll go get the car out.
Hello, Leela.
Horace, I didn't know you were over there.
Did you hear the news, Leela? Gildy's taking over the chairmanship of the committee on arrangements for the opera. It's a tremendous honor.
Horace, you didn't stick Throckmorton with that.
Well, he claims he has a way with the women.
Is this the place, Leela? Wonder she wouldn't fix her gate.
You wouldn't say that if you knew her.
Why?
Poor Miss Tate. She's as poor as a church mouse. But she's a wonderful dressmaker. Everyone in town goes to her.
If everyone goes to her, why is she so poor?
I guess she's just been too busy ever to stop and figure that out.
Yeah. Where's the bell? Oh. Gosh, I haven't seen one of these since I called on the Peavies.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, thank you, Miss Tate. This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
Aren't you afraid you'll swallow those pins?
Oh, I'm so used to keeping pins in my mouth, I often forget they're there.
Looks dangerous.
I know you hate me for being late, Miss Tate, but I had to wait for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Huh?
He just insisted on coming along to see my new gown.
Yes.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Everybody's late. They've all arrived at once. Dear, let me see now. Where can I put you? The gown's ready. I finished it last night.
Oh, you're going to love it, Throckmorton.
I can't put you in the bedroom. Mrs. Pettibone's in there.
Oh?
And Mrs. Bullard's in the sewing room.
Mrs. Bullard? I thought she bought her gown in New York.
She did. But it had to be let out a little.
Aren't I terrible?
Anyway, here's yours. Now, if we can
don't look, Throckmorton. Close your eyes, you hear?
Close my eyes? Why?
Because I don't want you to see it till I'm in it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Leela, they're closed.
Oh, dear, if everybody didn't arrive just at the same time.
Oh, I know. I'll change in the bathroom.
Oh, would you mind? Oh, thank you.
I won't be but a minute, Throckmorton.
Well, I won't hold my breath.
Things are so upset here, I feel I should apologize. It's just been, well, it's more than I can handle, I'm afraid.
You seem pretty busy, all right.
Busy? Well, I've never seen anything like it. It's all right if you open your eyes now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks.
Miss Tate, I need help here, I'm afraid.
Right away, Mrs. Bullitt. Excuse me.
Oh, certainly.
Miss Tate. Just a moment, Mrs. Pettibone.
Why did I come here? By getting caught in a hen roost. I suppose she wonders what I'm doing tagging around with Leela. So do I.
As I was saying, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been so rushed.
Miss Tate, those pins.
Don't worry. I always carry them in my mouth. Though goodness knows I'm so distracted these days, it's a wonder I don't go to bed with them.
You ought to check.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't been to bed for 2 nights.
Oh.
Miss Tate. Coming. My head is just in a spin today. Now, let's see. That was Mrs. Pettibone.
That sounded like her. You better sit down for a minute.
Oh, dear. Someone else. Just a minute, Mrs. Pettibone.
The poor woman is running a madhouse. Yeah. It's beginning to get me. Yeah, I'd sure like to get out of here.
Oh, come in, Miss Goodwin.
Miss Goodwin.
I hope I haven't come at a bad time, but I have an appointment in half an hour with...
Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve.
Well, what in the world are you doing here?
Me? Well, I just happened to,
I didn't know you were interested in dressmaking.
Oh, I'm not.
Well, I don't understand.
Well,
You're-
here I am, Throckmorton.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Eve, you know Leela. Leela, you know Eve.
Yes, indeed.
How are you, Mrs. Ransom?
Yes, I guess everybody knows everybody. Oh, Miss Tate. Oh, of course. Sure, you know them, sure.
Well, aren't you going to say anything about the gowns, Throckmorton?
Yes, very nice, Leela. Say.
It's a lovely gown, Mrs. Ransom.
It won't fall off, will it?
Oh, don't you worry about that. But I see one thing wrong with it. I'll just put a pin in here, so. I declare, I just don't know how the opera would ever get on without Miss Tate. Do you, Miss Goodwin?
That's quite true. Miss Tate is really the keystone.
And another pin in here, just. Ouch! Oh, I stuck you. Oh, do forgive me. I'm so terribly sorry, Mrs. Ransom. Well, watch it. I don't know how it happened. My hand shook, I guess. I'm so nervous today anyway. Now, let me try once more. I'll be very careful. Oh, dear. Where did I put those pins?
Pins? Oh, in your mouth. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Now, one more.
Miss Tate, how long do I have to wait? I've been here half an hour.
Oh, dear.
I might remind you, Mrs. Pettibone, that I arrived here before you did.
My appointment was for 9:30, and that's when I got here.
Oh, dear.
Well, I don't want to step out of turn, Miss Tate, but unless I can have my fitting within the next 15 minutes...
Just a minute, everybody. I might remind you that I'm having my fitting now. Continue, Miss Tate.
Well, I like that. Comes in here after everybody
I
else.
was the
and
first one here.
Well, I told Miss Tate when I arrived I have an appointment.
I'm getting
and if I can't get my fitting
Ladies.
Everybody's after me. Everybody's after me. Oh, I can't stand it.
Yeah, Miss Tate.
Oh, catch her, Throckmorton.
Oh, gracious.
Oh, she's fainted.
Fainted nothing.
What happened?
I know what happened. She swallowed those pins. Here, take her, somebody. Let a man handle this. Let me at that telephone.
Well, there goes my fitting.
Your fitting? There goes the opera.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute.
Mr. Lang, I'm very grateful to you.
Well, that's nice to hear. What have I done?
It was you who put me wise to parquet margarine. You see, I fix 3 lunch boxes every day, and it takes a lot of spread for the sandwiches.
And you find that parquet margarine spreads quickly and easily, don't you? Even when you first take it out of the refrigerator.
Yes, that's one reason I like to use it. Because I have to work fast, preparing 6 to 8 sandwiches while my children and husband are having breakfast.
6 to 8 sandwiches do take a lot of spread, don't they?
And that's another reason I'm glad you told me about parquet margarine. It's so economical.
Well, that's what a lot of women are finding out. Parquet is only about half the price of costly spreads. And the important thing to remember is that it's one of the best energy foods you can buy. Rich in nourishment and fortified with important vitamin A.
I want to say, too, that my family likes parquet's fresh, sweet flavor.
Well, now you've made me grateful to you. Because I think you've convinced a lot of other people that they ought to try Parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine. Made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Several days have passed, and now we find him at home, wrestling with some of the operatic problems left unsolved by Judge Horace Hooker. Simultaneously, and with more or less assistance from the rest of the household, he's trying to get the checks in the mail for his November bills.
All right, Leroy, what's next?
Summerfield Meat Market, $32.25.
$32 worth of meat? There isn't that much meat in the whole world.
You want the items? November 1st, pork chops. November 2nd...
Never mind, Bertie's checked it. Summerfield Meat Market. Telephone!
32 and 25 hundredths.
Mr. Gildersleeve's resident. Oh, yes, Miss Bullard. He's right here. Miss Bullard across the street, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks. Wonder what she wants. Keep working, Leroy. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm sorry to bother you, but a question has come up.
That's what I'm here for, Mrs. Bullard. What is it?
Well, it seems that there hasn't been any official decision on who is to be head patroness for the opera.
Oh?
But naturally, since the whole thing was my idea in the first place, why, naturally, I assumed that I...
Well, yes, I suppose that's right if you thought the whole thing up.
I was sure you'd agree with me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Absolutely.
But I just wanted to make it official. Thanks ever so much.
You're welcome, Mrs. Bullard. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, she's head patroness, whatever that means. How are the envelopes coming, Leroy?
Pretty good. Do I have to finish them now?
Well, I'd like to establish my credit, so maybe I can do a little Christmas shopping.
Let's get going. I made a blot on one envelope. Does it matter? This one.
Well, you can still read it. Acme Cleaners. If they don't like it, they can clean it. What's next?
Summerfield Light and Power, 260.
Yeah, the thieves. Summerfield L&P, 2 and 60 hundredths. Next.
Summerfield Water Department, 502.
Outrageous.
That's for 2 months. You didn't pay last month.
I'll have to write myself a letter. Doorbell.
I'll get it, Leroy. It's Miss Goodwin. I saw her coming up the walk.
Oh, yes, Miss Goodwin. Something about the programs, I guess.
Hello, Miss Goodwin. Hello, Marjorie. I know your uncle's awfully busy, but I'd like to see him just for a minute.
Sure, come on in.
Hello, Eve. Glad to see you.
Hello, Throckmorton. Leroy?
Hi, Miss Goodwin. How's the opera coming along?
Oh, I think we'll get it on all right. Throckmorton, if you've got a minute.
Sure, Eve. Sit down. Take off your coat. Take Miss Goodwin's coat, Leroy. Go out and play.
But the bills.
Go out and play. Marjorie, you too.
Go out and play? I'm not a child, Uncle Mort. If you want me to leave the room, say so.
I don't think any of this is necessary, Throckmorton. But we're going to have an opera a week from today, you know.
Oh, yes.
The important thing is we ought to decide which one it's going to be.
Oh, yes. Well, what operas has this company got?
Well, they offer a choice of 3 for this kind of engagement. Carmen, Rigoletto, or Tannhauser.
Let's make it Tannhauser.
Tannhauser. All right, but why?
Never mind why. You asked me which opera, and I told you. Bing, bing, that's me.
All right, I'm glad you settled it. I must say men are awfully efficient.
Well, of course, I'm an executive. But I think you're efficient, too, Eve.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir. You've got your mind on the opera, not on what you can get out of it.
Well, I've got to go and see Hogan Brothers about their ad. They're taking the back cover.
Atta girl. You know, Eve, you ought to get a percentage of the profits.
I just hope there are some.
Well, drop in anytime, Eve. Anytime you need a quick decision, bing, bing, you know where to come.
It's a great comfort.
Goodbye, Eve.
Goodbye, Throckmorton. Oh, by the way, the program should include the name of the head patroness. I sort of wondered...
Oh, you want to be head patroness, is that it?
Well,
then head patroness you shall be. Yes, sir, let's not beat around the bush.
Well, do you really think I deserve it?
I don't know who deserves it more. Consider it settled. Bing, bing.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Throckmorton.
Ta-ta, Eve. Come around next week. I'll have mistletoe.
Uncle Mort, I heard you tell Mrs. Bullard she could be head patroness.
What's the difference? Tell one, tell all. An executive can't bother with details, my dear.
Oh, so that's it.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you going downtown today? You're going to be here for lunch.
I'll be here, Bertie, working. But I don't want anything elaborate, just a tray at my desk.
Yes, sir. About a 3-course tray?
Fine, Bertie.
Okay, I'll get working on it.
Now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Pettibone. How's everything going?
Just splendidly. The Women's Club has sold every single one of its tickets. We're over the top.
Great work, Mrs. Pettibone, great work. Well, I guess you can relax a little now.
I think I should, but there's something I want to ask you. Since the Women's Club is sponsoring the opera, and since I'm the president of the club, I suppose I am to be the head patroness, am I not? I didn't catch that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes.
You say you want to be head patroness, Mrs. Pettibone?
I say I should be.
Well, all right. After all, it's only...
It's only fair. Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Pettibone. In fact, don't mention it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Just a title. What difference does it make? But these women... Come in.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton.
All right, you can be head patroness of the opera.
Why, Throckmorton, you darling.
Well, that was what you wanted, wasn't it?
No, but I think it's just lovely.
All right, now let me get back to work, or there won't be any opera. Scat.
Isn't Mr. Gildersleeve? How goes the opera?
The opera, coming along, Peavy, coming along. I'm running the whole shebang, you know.
Well, congratulations. How'd you ever get stuck with that job?
Well, I just took it over to help Judge Hooker out. After all, I know how to handle women, and he doesn't.
Oh.
Well, I do. I don't have any trouble with women. Even a whole committee of women. And you know why, Peavy? I don't ask them. I tell them. Treat them rough.
That's the way, is it?
And you're darn right. Women just want to be told, that's all, Peavy. And they want a man to tell them.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't expect you to agree with me, Peavy. You never agree with me about anything.
I agree with you when I think you're right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, that's practically never.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, you're wrong about this. Women like to be treated rough. They want to be bossed around. That's female psychology.
Do you know this for a fact, Mr. Gildersleeve, or have you just been reading some magazine?
I know it for a fact. Did you ever try it?
No, can't say I ever did.
You better not, Peavy. I doubt if you're the type. You have to be the caveman type to get away with it. Now, here I am with all these women on this opera committee, and when I say jump, they jump.
You just tell them jump, just like that.
That's it. Jump, Mrs. Pettibone. Jump, Mrs. Bullard. Jump, ladies. Jump.
And they jump. I'd certainly like to see that. Did you come in here for anything particular, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, just out for a breath of air, Peavy. Better get back and start cracking the whip, though. They'll be getting out of their cages. Take it easy, Peavy. If any women try to shove you around, shove them right back.
My.
All right, now, Leroy, we'll check the list of box holders.
Gosh, I'm tired of checking stuff. Why can't Marge check anything?
Your sister's going to see about her costume.
Costume? Is she going to be in the opera?
No, she's going to sell programs. Now, box A downstairs.
Does that mean she gets to see the show?
I suppose so.
Jeepers, what about me?
I didn't think you'd enjoy it, my boy.
I enjoy anything at night.
Well, we'll see. Now, box A.
Doorbell, I'll get it.
Oh, nuts. Whoever it is, tell him I'm not at home.
Okay. Oh, hi, Miss Goodwin. Hi, Mrs. Ransom.
Hello, Leroy. Is your uncle home?
Of course he is. We saw him through the window.
Well, that takes care of that. Come on in.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Leela and Eve. Come on in. Leroy, you go in the study and check this list, will you, my boy?
Go down.
Christmas is coming, Leroy.
Okay. Boy, it better be good.
Well, sit down, ladies. Make yourself comfy. How's everything going?
Everything's going all right, Throckmorton, only there's something you'll have to straighten out.
Well, you know me. Bing, bing, I give my decision.
Throckmorton, you told me this morning I was to be head patroness, and now I find Miss Goodwin somehow has the impression she was to be.
Oh, that.
Do you remember how I got the impression I was to be head patroness, Throckmorton?
Well, now, let's see. Been so busy, so many details to be taken care of.
You told me, that's how.
I did?
You couldn't have, Throckmorton, because you distinctly told me I could have it. I didn't even ask, remember?
Well, I remember something about it.
Do you remember your conversation with me?
I guess so, only...
Only what?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it possible, Throckmorton, that you've promised both of us we can be head patroness?
Yes, it's possible. Ye gods, what difference does it make? It's just a title. Who cares who's head patroness anyway?
Well, I certainly care.
It's very important, Throckmorton.
I don't see why.
Well, the head patroness appears on the stage between the acts in a spotlight, and the star of the opera kisses her hand.
Well, even so.
You saw my dress, Throckmorton, and if anyone in town has a more impressive one...
I don't consider it important. But it just so happens that I have the same dressmaker.
Well...
I didn't think you'd care about a thing like this.
Well, I do. But perhaps not for the same reasons as Mrs. Ransom. She seems to have forgotten that the head patroness has to make a speech. I hope you'll want the committee effectively represented.
Oh, yes, that's very important.
Well, I hope you don't think I'm tongue-tied, Throckmorton.
Oh, no.
I once gave a talk before 1,000 people down home. The time the Sunday school burned down and they raffled off a Buick to buy a new one.
You made a speech?
I certainly did.
Yes. The lucky ticket is number 93.
Heave Goodwin, I made a regular speech. I may not be a school teacher, but I'm just as...
Now, Leela...
Well, I won't stand here and be insulted. And if you cared all about the appearance of the head patroness, you'll choose me.
Not necessarily. Of course, if he wants a matronly type.
Matronly? I'm not considered matronly. But even if I was, I'd rather be matronly than scrawny.
Mrs. Ransom, you be careful.
I won't. Throckmorton, make up your mind. Is it me or her?
Yes, Throckmorton. Is it she or I?
School teacher?
Widow?
Oh, ladies. For heaven's sake, let's be reasonable.
All right, give us a decision. You're the chairman.
Well, now, let's see. By the way, whatever happened to Miss Tate?
Don't try to change the subject.
Oh, but I'm terribly concerned about her, Leela. After all, swallowing a pin.
She coughed it up. She's perfectly all right. Now, who's going to be head patroness?
Poor Miss Tate. Must have been very painful.
Never hurt her at all. Now, stop shilly-shallying, Throckmorton.
Well, now, ladies, I have to think. Oh, doorbell. Excuse me, ladies.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Mrs. Pettibone and Mrs. Bullard. Excuse me, I think I heard the telephone.
I didn't hear anything.
They're after me, Leroy. They're after me.
Oh.
Women, trapped in a hen roost. Now I know how that poor dressmaker felt. Leroy, quick! Get me a pin and a glass of water.
We'll be hearing from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. You'll remember a few minutes ago, I had a conversation with a lady about what a swell spread parquet margarine is for lunchbox sandwiches, because you can spread it so easily and quickly, and that you can't beat parquet for economy, because it's only about half the price of costly spreads. But perhaps the thing that makes parquet margarine a favorite of millions is its fresh, dairy-like flavor. For sandwiches, hot breads, pancakes, and waffles, parquet margarine is still unmatched for flavor. Made from selected farm products, vegetable oils rich in energy and pasteurized skim milk, and with important vitamin A added, parquet margarine is one of the most nourishing foods you can buy today. So be sure to try this nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parkay, parquet margarine. Made by Kraft.
Folks, you know how kids are, always pestering you to tell them a story over and over? Well, I thought, why not just have a phonograph record you could play, make the kids happy, and save yourself the trouble? And that's just what I did. I made 3 records. Puss in Boots, Jack and the Beanstalk, and Rumpelstiltskin. All good stories with pretty music, too. You can get the album at any music store right now. Make a mighty nice Christmas present. Just thought I'd mention it. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
For tempting variety at mealtime, treat your family to food zestfully flavored with Kraft prepared mustards. Remember, there are two popular varieties. A tangy golden Kraft salad mustard that's mild and delicately spiced, and a sharper Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. They're both grand flavor treats in sandwiches and on frankfurters and cold cuts, and mighty appetizing blended into cooked foods, too. Buy both kinds. Ask for Kraft salad mustard and Kraft horseradish mustard when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. There seems to be a good deal of activity going on in his house.
Leroy, ask Bertie if she's finished ironing my shirt.
Okay.
Marjorie, what'd you do with my tuxedo?
Your tuxedo? I haven't been wearing it.
Yeah, it came back from the cleaners this morning. Someone must have put it someplace. Leroy, you going to ask Bertie about my shirt, or aren't you?
Sure. Gosh, what's the hurry?
There's an opera on, young man. Now get moving. Ask her about my tuxedo at the same time. And answer the phone.
I'll answer the phone. It's probably for me.
Will somebody answer it?
Mr. Gildersleeve, President. Oh, yes, Miss Goodwin, he's sitting right here. No, he ain't particularly busy. I'll call him. Mr. Gildersleeve, Miss Goodwin on the phone.
Yeah, all right, Bertie, thank you. But I am busy. Do you know what happened to my tuxedo?
It's hanging in your closet, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, well, what about my shirt?
It's in your dresser drawer.
Already? Wonderful. Well, wait a minute, Bertie. Don't go away now. Hello, Eve. How are things shaping up? Great. Look, how would it be if I pick you up around 8 o'clock? Okay, my chariot will draw up to your door at the stroke of 8. Shall I blow the horn? I was only kidding, Eve. I'll ring the doorbell. Am I dressing? You darn right I am. After all, an opera doesn't come to Summerfield every day. Okay, Eve. Ta-ta. Let me see now. If I forgot you were standing there, Bertie.
Something you wanted, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Very important. I wonder if you could press my black tie, give it a little backbone.
I can try, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Fine. Leroy, run upstairs and get my black tie. It's lying with my collar and studs on the bed.
Gosh, all this work to go to the opera. Does everybody have to go through this?
Men always dress to go to the opera, my boy. It's a tradition.
Yeah? Who started it?
Women, go get the tie.
Okay.
See, a shirt, collar, tie, socks. Socks? Bertie, have I got any black silk socks?
You got 3 pairs, Mr. Gildersleeve. One pair never even been mended.
Well, one pair ought to be enough. Let's see. What else? Oh, yes, my opera hat. Have you seen it?
No, sir, not in some little time.
I've worn it since the day I sat on the platform with the governor. Marjorie, have you seen my opera hat?
Not since Leroy had it.
Leroy? What was he doing with it?
Don't you remember? He used it for his magic.
Oh, my goodness.
Here you are, Unc. Is this it?
Where is my opera hat, Leroy?
I thought you wanted the tie.
Never mind the tie. Where is my opera hat?
Upstairs, I guess.
Don't guess me any guesses. Go get the hat.
Okay, gosh, more trouble.
And give me the necktie.
Oh, forgot. Here, catch.
Here, Bertie. You think you can do anything about it?
Well, sir, I might be able to make it set up for a few hours.
That's all I ask, Bertie. Just so it'll carry me till midnight. Then I'll come home like Cinderella.
Yes, sir. A little starch ought to do it.
Marjorie, what kind of tricks was Leroy doing with my opera hat?
Oh, you know, he used to pull things out of it.
What kind of things?
Eggs and stuff like that.
That darn kid. By George, if he's... Leroy...
Were you thinking of wearing this hat on?
I was?
Tonight?
Tonight. Let me see it.
Gee.
Leroy, you ruined it. This hat cost me $7.50 in 1922, and I've only worn it 3 times. The first chance I've had to wear it to an opera. And look at it.
Oh, it isn't so bad, Unc. Just one teeny little hole in the top. I bet it wouldn't leak even.
An opera hat is not worn to keep off the rain, my boy. Oh, well, I suppose the music will sound just as good if I wear a derby.
Well, here we are, folks, in the lobby of the Summerfield Opera House, where tonight Summerfield is to have its first opera since the year 1922. Now, I'm going to try to bring to our microphone a few of the leading citizens as they arrive to take their seats. So, if you'll just be patient, we expect to present some of these leading citizens very shortly.
Pardon me, buddy. Could you
I'm sorry we're on the air.
Oh, pardon me. I thought you were an usher. Look, Lovey, this guy's broadcasting the opera. You see the microphone?
Yeah, I've seen lots of them in pictures.
While we're waiting, folks, I might give you a little background information on tonight's opera entitled Tannhauser. It was written by Richard Wagner, a German, and was first presented in the year 1845 in the city of Dresden,
He's
Germany.
reading all that off the paper.
Yeah, I saw him.
Oh, I think I see a gentleman coming now I'd like to present to you over our microphone. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. This gentleman is the chairman of the Committee on Arrangements for tonight's opera.
Did you hear that, honey? Mr. Gildersleeve's going to speak over the air.
Why?
Mr. Gildersleeve, will you step over?
Yes, pardon me, madam.
And here is our first celebrity, ladies and gentlemen, just as we promised, Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, our popular water commissioner.
Oh, thank you. Should I talk or sing?
Just talk.
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here this evening. And as chairman of the Committee on Arrangements, I want to say it's been quite a job getting this opera on. What I mean, ladies and gentlemen, is that I personally have sacrificed my personal time and energy. So I want to...
Thank you, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Now, folks...
Just a minute. I haven't finished. I didn't say anything about how good the opera is.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. Everything is timed to a split second.
Oh.
Now, I'll move our portable microphone around a little, friends, and bring you some of the other celebrities. At the time Tannhauser was...
Hi, Commissioner. Nice little speech you give there.
Thanks, Floyd. Had some more I wanted to say if you hadn't been in such a hurry.
Oh, well.
Hi, Commissioner. What's the matter? You can't say hello now that you're a big radio star?
Oh, Mrs. Munson, hello. Say, is that darn announcer introducing somebody else? Huh? Who is it over there?
Well, I think it's, yeah, it is. Chief Gates.
Chief Gates? Who wants to hear a speech from him? Now, if he'd let me develop my thought a little bit.
Oh, let's go over and listen to the chief. Maybe we can make him laugh in the middle.
Now, Lovey, is that a nice thought?
Well, come on, let's go listen to him anyway.
And so I take great pleasure in presenting Summerfield's popular chief of police, Don Gates.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was more crime in Summerfield during 1945 than in any previous year of our history.
The music, Chief. Say something about the music.
Arrests for every type of offense increased during the past year. Of particular importance was the rise in juvenile delinquency.
Every time he makes a speech, Floyd, it's about juvenile delinquency.
And in my opinion, juvenile delinquency can only be curbed by occasions such as this one. Giving our young people wholesome amusement that will keep them off the streets. I thank you.
Thank you, Chief Gates. The story of the opera Tannhauser is a tragic one, dealing with the love of medieval...
Well, good evening, folks. Mrs. Munson, nice to see you again.
Hi, big boy.
Hiya, Floyd. Hiya, Commissioner.
Nice little speech, Chief. You talk into that thing like you was Gabriel Heater himself.
For heaven's sakes, Chief, why didn't you say something about how much Summerfield has needed the opera? What a great thing this is for the music lovers in this town.
Well, I gave my angle of it, Commissioner.
You made it sound like a punishment for criminals.
Well?
You like it, Floyd. You like it.
Well, I'll give it a listen. Come on, shouldn't we be finding our seats?
Yes, by George, we should. Now, just follow me, folks. Follow me, folks. Dark, isn't it? Our box is the next one. We have a private entrance, sort of. Here we are.
Oh. See, there's Peavy. Been sitting right here all the time.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Hiya, Peavy, old boy.
Don't get up, Peavy. Now, I think if Mrs. Munson and Floyd will sit here and Peavy over there.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'd rather not sit so close to the edge, if you don't mind.
Oh, Peave, nobody ever fell out of a box.
Well, maybe not, but I've always had a nervous feeling about high places.
Yes.
Oh, look at all the people way down there. Catch me, lovey. I think I'm going to jump.
Oh, Floyd's a clown, isn't he?
Yeah, very funny. For heaven's sake, Floyd, people are staring at us.
Let 'em. I bought my ticket.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing being nervous about high places. Psychology, I suppose.
Yes.
Hey, look. I could drop my program and bean the president of Hogan Brothers.
Little psychological quirks. For example, I never can eat eggplant after tomato soup.
Yes. Where the dickens is Judge Hooker? The show ought to be starting any minute.
Some people don't like to be locked up in a small room, I understand. I tried it once, and I enjoyed it. I guess it takes all kinds.
Yes. Quiet, everybody. Now, here comes the orchestra. 20 pieces. I tell you, this is going to be a real show.
Hey, wait a minute. That little guy with the piccolo. Don't he hustle baggage down at the depot?
Jimmy Pittenger. Sure, that's him. Hey, what kind of orchestra you palming off on us here, Mr. Gildersleeve? For $5 a throw, I don't want to hear no freight handler.
Well, Floyd, let's give him a chance.
Okay. If he's good, okay. If he's lousy, I hope he drops a trunk on his toe tomorrow.
Hey, who's the guy just came in down there with a bald head?
Yeah, that's the conductor. Now they'll start. Yeah, he's tapping. See? Shh. Yeah, that's it. That's the overture to Tannhauser.
Beautiful.
Pardon me, folks. Is this box 7?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
This is it, Judge. Come on in.
Oh, that's you, Floyd?
Yep, that's me.
Well, where shall I...
Quiet, you. Sit down before I choke you.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, WSUM, the voice of Summerfield, regrets that time does not permit us to bring you the opera Tannhauser in its entirety. We urge you, however, to stay tuned to this station.
My, it certainly feels good to sit down and relax for a while.
Don't tell me Christmas shopping has got you down.
Yes, it has. I've never seen such crowds in the stores, Mr. Lang. I'm glad my shopping's just about done. All I have to do now is pick up a few things on my holiday food list.
Well, don't forget your grocer also is a very busy man these days. And with quality foods in such big demand for special occasions, I think it might be wise to get in a reminder right now about homemakers shopping early for Parquet margarine. There's always a big demand, you know, for this popular spread made by the Kraft Foods Company. It's a favorite of millions.
I'm glad you reminded me of that, Mr. Lang. We're going to be serving all kinds of hot breads over the holidays. And I know I can always count on Parquet margarine to make them taste extra good.
You certainly can. Parquet margarine makes all kinds of bread taste extra good because it's still unmatched for flavor. That's why millions of American families prefer this delicious, economical spread to any other brand. So be sure to get Parquet from your food dealer tomorrow. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine, one of the quality foods made by the Kraft Foods Company. Back in the Summerfield Opera House, the last aria has died away. The last tribute has been delivered. The last vows have been taken. The asbestos curtain has fallen, and the musicians have scrambled out of the pit. Ushers prowl now through the rows of empty seats, picking up lost gloves, discarded programs, and gum wrappers. On the sidewalk out in front, Summerfield's opera lovers are still milling about in their post-war finery, looking for their cars.
Chief, how did you like the opera?
How'd you like it, Peavy?
Yeah, I asked you first.
I get you, me too.
Goodness, Throckmorton. I hope not everyone felt that way about it.
Don't worry, Eve. Stick close to me now. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Got away. I'll shut off his water. Wish I brought my own car now. I thought parking would be so bad.
Hey, Commissioner!
Oh, there's that Mr. What's-his-name. He's calling you.
Where? Sounded like Floyd Munson.
In that car that just pulled up.
Hey, come in.
Oh, yeah, Floyd. Hello.
Hey, nudge the ball and chain there, will you? If you don't see me.
Where?
Standing right behind you there, with a mouth open. Hey, dreamy.
Oh, yeah.
Hey!
Now, Mrs. Munson.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, I thought it was somebody getting familiar.
Oh, no. On the contrary, Mrs. Munson, there's your husband waiting for you.
Come on, come on.
Well, it's a wonder you wouldn't blow your horn.
I practically blew the insides out of it. You wasn't standing there gaping all around you. Hey, Commissioner, you got a ride? Can I drop you somewhere?
What do you think, Eve?
By your room. Glad to take your friend there, too.
It's a ride, Eve. Would you mind? The taxi situation don't look too good.
Well, I think it's very nice of them to offer.
How about it?
Thanks, Floyd. We won't be taking you out of your way.
Ah, climb in.
Go ahead, Eve. Mrs. Munson, you met Miss Goodwin.
How do you do?
Likewise. Pile in there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You think there's room for me in the back here?
Oh, plenty. I'll just... Oh.
Yeah, a little tight, isn't it? Yeah.
All set?
All set, Floyd.
Where to?
Home, Jane.
There's other people in the car besides you, Lovey.
Oh, where are you headed for, Miss Goodwin?
I'm seeing her home. She lives over on Laurel Avenue, Floyd.
Yeah, I know the place. We drove by there one time. Ah, keep your shirt on. You think you're on the street?
That's telling them, Fearless. Now, suppose we get going. Oh, wait! Watch it.
You asked for it.
There's other people in the car besides me, Lovey. So just watch it, that's all.
A little less help from the back seat, or a certain party's going to get out and walk.
Yes. How did everybody like the opera?
Oh, yes, I'm very anxious to know...
opera's okay for them that like it, I guess. But give me a good musical show anytime.
You're a good bill of vaudeville.
Yeah.
Remember when we used to go to the Orpheum every Saturday night, Floydie?
Those were the days. That was entertainment.
Well, I don't care what anybody says. I enjoyed the opera.
Did you, Throckmorton?
Oh, come on now, Commissioner. I caught you dozing off there a couple of times.
I closed my eyes, Floyd, in order to enjoy the music more.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame you. Personally, I would have enjoyed it more if I'd slept through the whole thing.
Floyd, just stick to your driving.
Who asked for any advice from you?
You heard the man say he enjoyed the opera, didn't you? All right, leave him enjoy it. You got a cousin, you know, that likes rutabagas.
Listen, you want to get out and walk?
Let's not discuss the opera anymore, folks, shall we?
Do come inside for a minute, Throckmorton.
Well, just to say goodnight.
At least it's warm in here.
Feels good.
Let's sit down.
Tired?
A little.
Aren't you going to take off your coat?
In a minute. I'd just like to sit first.
Guess I'll do the same.
All these weeks of preparation, and now suddenly it's over.
Well, I think it was a great success. Don't you?
Oh, I suppose they'll say so.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Bullard's gown was much admired, and Mrs. Pettibone's, and all the best photographers attended.
Well, I thought yours was prettier than either of them.
I just wonder if anyone heard the opera. Some of the remarks I overheard were so discouraging.
Who made remarks? Just tell me who made any remarks and
Oh,
I'll...
it wouldn't do any good to threaten them, Throckmorton. That's not the point. It's just that it didn't speak very well for the level of musical appreciation in Summerfield.
Well, there's always bound to be a few gripers.
I was very proud of you, by the way.
Yeah? When?
On the way home, when you defended the opera, when you said that you'd really enjoyed it.
Oh, I did. I think it was the finest performance of opera I've ever heard.
Well, I don't know that I'd quite agree with you about that. Actually, the performance, I thought, was little better than mediocre.
Oh, there are things about it that I'd criticize if you want to split hairs.
Exactly. After all, it isn't the performance, it's the opera. When you compare it to what we usually have here in Summerfield.
Just what I was going to say. Took the very words right out of my mouth. It isn't the performance, it's the opera. By George, that's so true.
You know, Throckmorton, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I'd almost given you up for lost there for a while. And now I think again perhaps there's hope.
What do you mean, lost?
Well, I had a feeling that you were simply running with the crowd, that you cared more for the plaudits of the multitude than you did...
Eve, my whole life has been an attempt to get away from that.
You know, you're very puzzling at times, Throckmorton. You're really quite an enigma.
Oh, you think so?
I mean, sometimes I think I see a spark in you. And then for long periods it disappears.
I just get too busy.
And then suddenly the spark is there again. I can see it. And I have the feeling that if it were just fanned a little...
Fan it, Eve.
Don't misunderstand. I'm referring at the moment to your feeling for music. It's one of the nicest things about you.
You know, Eve, when I was listening to the opera there tonight, I suddenly realized. You know, 20 years ago it was a toss-up whether I'd take up music professionally or go into business. My talent for business won out. But I still wonder sometimes if it wasn't a mistake.
Perhaps it's not too late.
You mean you think I could...
Oh, not professionally, perhaps, but you still have a lovely voice.
Well, music has always been one of my great loves. Me. How does that aria go? Oh, evening star, da, da.
Oh, if you studied, Throckmorton, if you really work.
I will. I really will, Eve. I'll work and I'll study every spare minute I get.
Oh, do.
I'll let nothing stand in my way. I'll work till I've made up for all the years I've wasted. And then one day, I'll cast aside the waterworks and surprise everybody.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, evening star, how bright you are. Da 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 dee da 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 da. Oh, evening star, I'd only met you 20 years ago. Good night, Eve.
Good night, Throckmorton.
Eve.
Yes?
No, I won't.
Won't what?
I won't ask to kiss you. Not till I've made good. Good night.
Good night, Throckmorton. And remember, work and study.
Day and night. Oh, evening star, how bright you are. Da 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 dee da dee da da. Oh, evening star. shut up yourself. Ignoramuses, all of you. But I'll show you. Oh, no, I better not. Eve, she's the only one who understands me. Eve has faith in me. Well, I'll show her, too. Work and study. Work and study. Yes, by George, the first thing tomorrow. What you for?
It's 9:15.
It is, huh? Well, close the window, so it's 9:15?
Yeah, Bertie said to tell you.
9:15, eh? Well, what was I going to do today? There was something I was going to do.
I don't know what you're going to do, but I got to get going.
Wait a minute, my boy. Where are you going in such a hurry?
To school. Where do you think?
Oh, school.
I told you it's 9:15. It's all right for you maybe to lie in bed till noon, but I'm only a kid, so I have to work and study all day.
Work and study. I remember now. Eve.
Well, so long.
Leroy, wait a minute. Come back here.
Now, what is it?
Leroy, don't neglect your music, my boy.
Who's neglecting it?
Practice your piano every day.
I always do.
Work and study. Those should be your watchwords, my boy. Devote every moment you can to it, because there's no greater satisfaction in life to a man than music.
Yes, sir. Well,
I want you to study and work hard, my boy, so that Miss Goodwin will be proud of you.
Yeah, well,
In fact, beginning the first of the year, I think I'd like you to take 2 music lessons a week instead of 1.
What? 2 lessons?
You'll thank me for it, Leroy. When you're an older man, you'll thank me for it. One of the greatest regrets of my life was the fact that I didn't keep on with my musical studies when I was a young man. I'd even take them up again now, if I had the time for it. Close the door when you go out, my boy. I think I'll catch a few more winks before I get up. Up a little late last night.
What a character.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back again in just a moment. One of the pleasant things we all look forward to in our house during holiday time is the tempting aroma of hot breads baking in the kitchen. No doubt you'll be having a variety of baking treats in your home, too, during the coming weeks. And it goes without saying that you'll want a delicious spread to serve with them. So I'd like to suggest for your family's enjoyment a spread that's a favorite of millions, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Parquet Margarine is still unmatched for fresh, dairy-like flavor. That's why it tastes so good on fresh-baked muffins, sugared buns, and crusty rolls. And Parquet is easy on your food budget, too. It's only about half the price of costly spreads. So tomorrow, be sure to buy delicious, economical Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet Margarine. Made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, one thought before we say goodnight. In the hustle and bustle of Christmas shopping, it's very easy to forget to buy the little Christmas seals that are helping our country to control mankind's most dangerous disease, tuberculosis. The tragic thing about tuberculosis is that its spread is preventable. We know how to control it, but it costs money. Most of us have known someone who's been a victim of tuberculosis. I do myself. So I make this plea very sincerely. Don't forget to buy some Christmas seals tomorrow. Good night.
It is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We'll soon be into the holiday season, and that's time for bright, tempting dishes. So add a lively touch of flavor to your foods with tangy, golden Kraft salad mustard. You can serve Kraft salad mustard in all sorts of delightful ways. This delicious salad mustard adds extra flavor zest to cooked egg and cheese dishes, adds lip-smacking flavor to gravies, relishes, and sandwich spreads. And for the special zippy flavor some folks prefer, there's a sharper Kraft mustard, too, with horseradish added. So be sure to head up your holiday shopping list with Kraft quality mustards.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Let's go to the opera. Your host, the Book of the Month Club, welcomes you to the 24th in its series of opera programs sung in English. Our soloists this evening are Miss Anne Mcknight and Mr. Todd Duncan, whom, as you know, created the role of Porgy in Gershwin's Porgy and Bess. Our conductor is Mr. Thomas Sherman. Mr. Sherman and the orchestra open the program with the overture to Wagner's The Flying Dutchman. Thomas Sherman has just conducted the orchestra in the overture to The Flying Dutchman. For our first solo this evening, Miss Anne Mcknight sings Agatha's Prayer from Weber's Der Freischütz. It is the second act, and Agatha is waiting for her lover Max to return from a shooting match. As it grows late and Max does not return, Agatha sings a tender prayer for his safety. Anne Mcknight singing Agatha's Prayer from Weber's Der Freischütz. applause is for Anne Mcknight, who sang Agatha's Prayer from Der Freischütz. Tonight, it is with great pleasure that we welcome home Mr. Todd Duncan. This is Mr. Duncan's first professional appearance since his recent return from a concert tour of Australia and New Zealand. He sings a celebrated aria from Massenet's opera Erodiad. In the second act of the opera, one of Herod's attendants gives him a mysterious potion that enables him to see a vision of the woman he loves. The vision is the exotic Salome, and it inspires the unhappy king to sing this beautiful aria, Dream of Love, Fleeting Dream. Mr. Duncan.
As the potion of love send this dream to enchant me, shall I see her tonight? Shall I gaze in her eyes? Oh, vision of delight, oh, dream of sweet enchantment, have you come to assuage all the yearning in my heart, and to flame in my soul? Stay before my eyes. Do not leave me now. Dream of love, fleeting dream, I must follow forever. Strange, mysterious maid, oh vision never to fade. Oh, my eyes long for the sight of your dear face. Hope of my heart, dream of love, fleeting vision, my heart must adore you forever. To feel your embrace and the heart of your heart, for 1 hour of love, then to die in your arms. Strange, mysterious maze, and never to fade. Oh, my eyes long for the sight of your dear face. Hope of my heart, dream of love, fleeting vision, my heart most adore you forever. To feel your embrace and the heart of your heart, for 1 hour of love, then to die in your arms. Die in a kiss of rapture, die in a kiss of rapture. Oh, for that hour, oh, for that moment, I would give all my pure
Todd Duncan has sung Dream of Love, Fleeting Dream from Massenet's Hérodiade. He and Miss Mcknight will return presently. In the short intermission, I would like to ask you if you remember this little verse. You are old, Father William, the young man said, and your hair has become very white, and yet you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think at your age it is right? It's from Alice in Wonderland, of course, and do you recall this from Through the Looking Glass? The time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. Quotations like these will send you back to your dog-eared volumes of Lewis Carroll's masterpieces, if you still have them. Even if you do, you'll be interested in the beautiful new 2-volume edition of Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, soon to be published. The Book of the Month Club is sending these 2 books to members as their book dividend for November and December. It is probably the most beautiful edition of Lewis Carroll's masterpiece that has ever been published for general distribution. And in its way, it's a first, despite the hundreds of editions that have already appeared. Because here, for the first time, all of John Tenniel's beloved illustrations are in full color. The noted illustrator, Fritz Cradle, has taken the original Tenniel drawings and added to them the tender and fanciful colors they inevitably suggest. The result is a thing of real beauty that would almost certainly have delighted the English master. In his time, modern printing techniques for reproducing illustrations in color were unknown. If they had been known, Tenniel would in all probability have made use of them himself. Returning to our music, Thomas Sherman conducts the orchestra in the Dance of the Will-o'-the-Wisp from Berlioz' opera. Thomas Sherman and the orchestra have played the Dance of the Will-o'-the-Wisp from The Damnation of Faust. Now our soloists, Todd Duncan and Anne Mcknight, return to the center of the stage to sing a duet from La Traviata. In this scene, Monsieur Giamont asks Violetta to renounce the love of his son, Alfredo. For as long as Alfredo remains with Violetta, his family is disgraced, and his young sister cannot make an acceptable marriage. Todd Duncan and Anne Mcknight as Monsieur Giamont and Violetta in Verdi's La Traviata.
Say when you see
This has been the 24th in the series of Let's Go to the Opera programs, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock by your hosts, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Anne Mcknight and Todd Duncan, and the orchestra was under the direction of Thomas Sherman. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will present Martha Lipton, Mimi Benzel, Robert Marshall, and Mary Henderson in an entire program devoted to music from Richard Strauss, Der Rosenkavalier. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It is produced by Roger Bauer and comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City. This is Frank Waldecker, inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Book of the Month Club welcomes you to another in its series of opera programs sung in English. This evening, our music is taken from the works of Puccini, Bizet, Ponchielli, Smetana, and Mozart. For our soloists, it is with great pleasure that we welcome back to the stage of the Mutual Guild Theater Miss Clara May Turner, contralto, and Mr. Eugene Conley, tenor. The orchestra is conducted by the young American musician, Mr. Thomas Sherman. Mr. Sherman begins our concert with the overture to Mozart's one-act opera, The Impresario. the overture to Mozart's The Impresario. For our first solo this evening, we hear Miss Clara May Turner in a song from Ponchielli's La Gioconda. In the first act of the opera, La Gioconda's blind mother is accused of witchcraft and attacked by a mob. She is saved by the wife of a state inquisitor. In gratitude, the old woman presents her with a rosary and sings this expressive aria. Clara May Turner sings Angel of Mercy, Voice of Grace from Ponchielli's La Gioconda. The applause is for Clara May Turner, who sang Angel of Mercy, Voice of Grace from La Gioconda. Now Mr. Eugene Connolly sings an aria from Puccini's Turandot. In the first act, the unknown prince is about to try to answer the three riddles of the beautiful Princess Turandot. If he succeeds, he marries the princess. If he fails, he dies. Liu, slave girl of his father, tearfully begs the unknown prince not to risk his life. But he tells her not to cry and asks that she care for his father should he fail in the approaching test. Eugene Connolly singing Weep No More, Liu, from Puccini's Turandot.
No more, you said that long ago. I smiled upon but a smile. Oh, brave-hearted maid, you must heed me. Your noble master, perhaps tomorrow will have no one to guide him. You must not leave him. Take him far away. Stay beside him and smooth the path of his exile. Hear me, hear me. Oh, my poor little you, your kind and gentle heart will not refuse me. Will not refuse me. Who will never smile again. Will never smile again.
That was Eugene Conley singing Weep No More, Liu from Turandot. Before we continue, I want to give you some interesting information about a new book. Some books cast their shadow before them. It is as if the excitement of advanced readers were contagious, building up the fame of such books by word of mouth long before they reach the bookstores. Thunder Out of China by Theodore H. White and Annalee Jacoby is that kind of book. It is the Book of the Month Club selection for November and will not be published before October 24th. But already, a month before publication, it is expected among critics and others in the book world that Thunder Out of China will be one of the most important books of the year. There is one good reason for this. The smoldering civil war going on in China may blaze into conflagration at any time. If it does, it may profoundly affect the future of every citizen in this country. For it is in China that Soviet Russia and the United States face each other most directly. What is the key to the great Chinese puzzle? What are the rights of the situation? As the brilliant chief of time and life service in China for 6 crucial years, Theodore H. White learned how to unravel the tangled skein of Chinese life and politics. His assistant was Annalee Jacoby, who worked in the capital while Mr. White made frequent trips to the battlefronts. Together, they made as good a team as ever covered China. And what they have to report in Thunder Out of China is almost certain to stir up some editorial thunder in the United States. In addition to Thunder Out of China, you may remember the recent Book of the Month Club announcement that members will receive in November a free copy of Hiroshima, John Hersey's masterful report of what happened to people when the first atom bomb was dropped on Japan. Now, back to our music. As Thomas Sherman and the orchestra play The Dance of the Comedians. Smetana's The Battered Bride. Thomas Sherman has just conducted the Let's Go to the Opera Orchestra in The Dance of the Comedians from The Battered Bride. Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley return to the stage to sing the famous duet from the second act of Bizet's Carmen. This is the scene at the tavern in which Carmen dances for Don Jose and then tries to persuade him to desert from the army and flee with her into the mountains. Miss Turner and Mr. Conley.
One moment. Tell me why, if you please. Don't you hear a bird? Yes, the sound of the bugle sounding the retreat. Do you not hear it now? Bravo, my charming soldier. I'm sorry that I can't compete with trumpets and bugles. I should have had an orchestra to me, oh my lord. Understand, Carmen, it's the retreat, and I must go. It means I must leave right away. Right away, right away. How could I be so stupid? Be so stupid. I danced my heart away. I sang my song for you. I gave my all for you. I thought you might be pleased. How I sang, how I danced. I thought, can you imagine? I was falling in love. Ta-da-ta-ta. Oh, here's the retreat. Ta-da-ta-ta. And I shall be too late. Goodness me, it's the retreat. And I shall be too late. Listen to me. Yes, I love you. Look at me, Carmen. Hear what I say. You gave so lightly, the flower you wore that bloomed so brightly, though in my cell its beauty waned, its haunting fragrance still remains. To the I stand there without you, and I would see you beside me there. I curse the day when first I met you. I try to despise, to forget you. I asked myself why this should be, why fate's decree led you to me. Then I broke the spell that oppressed me, and there came a dream that possessed me, my only hope, my only goal, the only prayer that filled my soul. Oh, where you are, Carmen, let me be there. Oh, let me linger here before you, held in the spell that your eyes impart. Oh, let me worship and adore you. Oh, my Carmen, here at your feet I lay my heart. Carmen, I love you. But I do. No, you don't really love me. Ah, if it were true, why then you'd come with me. Down where the mountains meet the sea. Down where the river meets the tide. Give me your heart and follow me
has been the 23rd in the series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock by your host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will present Todd Duncan and Anne Mcknight in songs by Verdi, Mozart, and Massenet. Thomas Sherman will conduct. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City, where it is produced by Roger Bauer. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Let's go to the opera. The Book of the Month Club welcomes you to the 22nd in its series of opera programs in English. Our soloists this evening are Mr. Norman Corden of the Metropolitan Opera Association and Miss Barbara Troxell of the Concert Stage. Our music is by Wagner, Verdi, Gounod, Fauré, and Cornelius. And our conductor is Thomas Sherman. Mr. Norman Corden opens this evening's program as he sings The King's Prayer from Wagner's Lohengrin. Elsa has been accused of murdering her brother. Her accuser and her champion, Lohengrin, will do battle to decide her innocence or guilt. Before the battle begins, the king sings a prayer, beseeching God to grant victory to the knight who was without sin. Norman Corden, assisted by Barbara Troxell and chorus, sings the King's Prayer from Lohengrin.
Wisdom
Gordon singing The King's Prayer from Lohengrin. In a quick change of mood, Mr. Gordon assumes the role of the king of chatterboxes, Abdul Hassan, who was the barber of Baghdad in Cornelius' opera of the same name. In this scene, the barber launches into an uproarious song describing himself as the most intellectual of barbers, at home in every field of learning. Norman Corden as the garrulous barber.
I'm a physician, an academician with learning grammatical and mathematical, rules algebraical, trigonometrical, training rhetorical, studies historical. I'm a geologist and a philologist. Good at geography, maps, and topography. Linguist and jurist and tourist and jurist. Build a contractor, an artist, an actor, a painter, musician, expert politician, a smart epigrammatist, also a dramatist, equally proper as writer of operas, plays in what I call melodramatical. I am poetical, peripatetical, dealing Hippocrates, Plato, and Socrates. I can contain them all, I can explain them all, everything practical, autodidactical, combined in me. They're all combined in me.
Turning from the diverting Barber of Baghdad, let's go to the opera presents Barbara Truxell in a song from Verdi's Othello. The scene is Desdemona's chamber. Desdemona sings a melancholy folk song about an unhappy love. And then, as she says goodnight to her maid, Amelia, she feels a premonition of her own death. Barbara Truxell sings the Willow Song from Verdi's Othello. We shall hear more from Miss Foxell presently. During our short intermission, I want to give you some interesting facts about the Book of the Month Club selection for October. It is a book with a curious title of Mistress Masham's Repose, and it is by the English author T.H. White. You'll be reading a lot about this book when it is published on September 27th. Henry Seidel Canby, chairman of the club's editorial board, calls Mistress Masham's Repose, I quote, the most charming and delightful book I have read in many a day. And when I say charming, Dr. Canby adds, I do not mean just picturesque or humorous or captivating, but all of these, with a spice of malice and a thread of irony and some cutting words for those who love power more than people. Mistress Masham's Repose takes its title from an 18th century pseudo-Greek temple, where once a Lady Masham drank tea with Alexander Pope and the aristocracy. The temple is in ruins now, and the artificial island on which it was built, the size of a tennis court, is overgrown with brambles. To this miniature wilderness one day comes the present owner of the island, little 10-year-old bespectacled Maria. And there she finds, in a half-walnut shell, a sleeping baby, a descendant of one of Gulliver's Lilliputians. For Gulliver's little people did get to England after all, states Mr. White. A scoundrelly sailor kidnapped some of them and brought them home to gain a fortune by exhibition. But one evening they escaped and hid away on this tiny island. And here they have dwelt and prospered and increased without anyone's knowledge until little Maria comes along and discovers them. Well, you can imagine what Mr. White, with his witty and whimsical talent, can do with a theme like this. Remember the title, Mistress Masham's Repose, by T.H. White. In a week or so, you'll be reading the reviews about this October Book of the Month. Back to our music, as Thomas Sherman and the orchestra play two sections of Gustave Fauré's orchestral suite, Pelleas and Melisande, The Spinners and Sicilienne. Thomas Sherman and the orchestra have played The Spinners and Sicilienne from Fauré's Pelleas and Melisande suite. Now, let's go to the opera soloists return to the stage together to sing the church scene from Gounod's Faust. It is Act 4. Margarita, heartbroken and penitent, comes to the church to pray. But even there, she is not safe from the mockery of the archfiend Mephistopheles. It is too late to ask forgiveness, he tells her. You are lost forever, Margarita. Barbara Truxell as Margarita and Norman Corden as Mephistopheles, assisted by the chorus, sing the church scene from Gounod's Faust.
Shine
This has been the 22nd in the series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening by our host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Norman Corden and Barbara Troxell. The orchestra was under the direction of Thomas Sherman. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will present Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley in songs by Verdi, Puccini, Bizet, and Ponchielli. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It is produced by Roger Bauer and comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will be broadcast at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at that time. This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Let's Go to the Opera. Your host, the Book of the Month Club, welcomes you to the 15th in its summer series of opera programs sung in English. It is with great pleasure that we welcome to Let's Go to the Opera Miss Risa Stevens of the Metropolitan Opera. Our other soloist is an artist who has appeared previously on these programs, Mr. Eugene Conley. The music is by Puccini, Bizet, Gluck, Falla, Thomas, and Wolf-Ferrari. And it begins as Thomas Sherman conducts the orchestra in a bright overture, the overture to Wolf-Ferrari's opera, The Secret of Suzanne. The overture to Wolf-Ferrari's The Secret of Suzanne is followed by a song from Gluck's Orpheus. The singer is Miss Risa Stevens of the Metropolitan Opera. The song, Che farò senza Euridice? What is life without Eurydice? In the opera, Orpheus almost succeeds in bringing his wife, Eurydice, from the land of the dead. However, he turns to look at her before they're safely out, and she falls lifeless again. Broken-hearted, Orpheus sings this tender song. The part of Orpheus is portrayed by a woman. Miss Stevens sings it for us.
What is life without my love?
Miss Rita Stevens has sung Que Faro from Gluck's Orpheus. She will return a little later. Now Mr. Eugene Conley steps onto the stage of the Mutual Guild Theater to sing an aria from Puccini's La Tosca. The artist, Mario, is painting a religious picture and pauses in his work to marvel how the blonde beauty of his subject seems to blend with the dark beauty of his beloved Tosca. Mr. Conley sings the celebrated tenor aria, Strange Harmony. Eugene Connolly has sung Strange Harmony from the opera La Tosca. As we promised, Miss Rita Stevens returns, this time singing the familiar Seguidilla from Bizet's Carmen. In the first act of the opera, Carmen is arrested for stabbing another woman. She sings this song to her guard, Don Jose, suggesting that he help her escape. The Seguidilla, Miss Stevens.
a cafe in Sevilla, here by my friend in Las Pastia, where I dance a smooth seguedia and I drink manzanilla. I will soon be there with Las Pastia. Still, I would be so very lonely. Dancing would be a sad affair. So I will take my one and only to come and sit beside me there. My one and only, I threw him over. I put him out the other day. Now my poor heart looks for a love. Free for whatever comes its way. I could have had a score of men, but none has set my heart a whirl. And still I hope for something more of men. Are you the man? I'll be the girl who wants my heart. Must I be lonely? Now is the time. Take me today. Let me call you my one and only, and I'll take you without delay. Down to the town of Sevilla, down to my friend in La Pastia. The dancing is fine and the music is divine in Sevilla. La 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 la.
The applause is for Miss Risa Stevens, who sang the Seguedilla from Bizet's Carmen. We now have a brief intermission, and this gives me an opportunity to explain something about the choosing of Book of the Month Club selections that surprises many people. It is sometimes assumed that the 5 judges on the club's editorial committee deliberately try to pick books that will be bestsellers. No, not at all. The judges read the books submitted to them by all the publishers of the country months in advance of publication. And at that stage of the game, it is anybody's guess as to just which books are going to be enormously popular. You simply can't tell. But even if such clairvoyance were possible, it would make little difference to the judges. Not because they're in any way prejudiced against bestsellers as such, but because they are interested in books as books, in what they have to say and how they're written, and what they have to offer in the way of experience, enjoyment, and information. These are the things about a book that interest the judges. The actual fact is that practically every book they choose does rise very quickly to the top of the bestseller lists all over the nation. But that happens not because the judges try to choose highly popular books and are good guessers, but because they are experienced and discriminating readers, each with marked individuality of taste. And any one book that appeals to all of them is almost certain to appeal just as strongly to readers of good books in general. But first and always, it is the book that counts. And perhaps that is why the thrill of discovery so often attendant upon the reading of a new and important book is a pleasure shared by our members and our judges alike. Now, let's go to the opera resumes with a brilliant dance from Manuel de Falla's Vida Breve, played by the orchestra under the direction of Thomas Sherman. Thomas Sherman has directed the orchestra in The Danza from Manuel de Falla's Vida Breve. Miss Stevens and Mr. Conley step to the center of the stage to sing one of the most exciting duets in grand opera from Ambroise Thomas Mignon, which begins, Ah, Let Our Happy Hearts Beat Together. In the third act, Wilhelm dashes into a burning castle and rescues Mignon. As she regains consciousness, Wilhelm realizes how deeply he loves her, and together they sing this song. Miss Stevens and Mr. Conley.
Let our happy hearts beat together in rapture. Dearest Mignon, look in my eyes and let me see your face. Here in this robe of white, here in this golden light, you are an angel of beauty and grace. Oh, you are a vision of heaven. You are an angel of beauty and grace. Refuse you if I know I'm to lose you. Now is the time to tell me all that's in your heart. It's not enough to love, but to die of the thought. If your love is to die, if I cannot be sure, if I cannot be sure, no, 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 I will not give my heart. You are all my heart's delight. My star in the night, no other face is half so pale, no voice as charming anywhere. Alas, it's plain to see, my love does not love me. Sure that your love will endure, my dear one. If I ask you, now is the time to tell me all that is in your heart. If love is not to love, let it die of the heart. If your love is to die, if I cannot be sure, how can I give my heart? If I cannot be sure, how can I give my heart?
This has been the 15th in the summer series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time by your host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Miss Risa Stevens and Mr. Eugene Conley. Before telling you about next week's program, may I point out an interesting fact about the current Book of the Month Club selection, the epic novel Independent People by the Icelandic author Halldór Laxness. I mentioned before how often Book of the Month Club members receive that wonderful thrill of discovering a new writer. If you've read the reviews, you know how unanimous the critics have been in declaring Independent People a truly great novel. In all probability, it is destined to join the ranks of those books that have earned their authors international reputations. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera brings Miss Eleanor Stever and Mr. John Baker to the stage of the Mutual Guild Theater. The program will include songs from Rigoletto, Turandot, Pagliacci, and Goyesca. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It is produced by Roger Bauer and comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Blackmail is an ugly word. And when one of the blackmailer's victims sincerely insists that he's an angel, while another swears he's a devil, and still others are convinced he's a ghost, the problem of dealing with him becomes Herculean.
My name is Robert Grohn. I'm a 38-year-old bachelor. Music is my life and my love. And it was all I needed until now. Now I'm driven to tell this story, which happened exactly as I will describe it to you. It started on the day when I took over the management of the great Paris Opera House from the elderly and famous René Castelot.
And last, Robert, but certainly not least, is this contract.
A contract in a memorandum book? Why, René?
Because that's the way the ghost wants it.
I never knew that the revered opera manager René Castelot had such a delightful sense of humor. Contract with a ghost? Surely you're not serious.
The opera ghost professes to be primarily concerned that the management give to every performance the splendor that belongs on what he calls the premier lyric stage of France.
And, of course, this ghost will be the sole judge of the artistic splendor of a performance?
Of course. However, there are two other conditions on which he places equal importance. Any attempt to perform an opera will meet with disaster if my allowance of 20,000 francs a month is more than 10 days late.
Well, let me see. That monthly figure would amount to 240,000 francs a year. And this joker has further conditions?
Oh, yes. If you'll allow me. Box 5 on the Grand Tier shall be placed at my disposal for every performance.
Oh, surely you don't mean to tell me that you took these ridiculous demands seriously?
I observed them scrupulously.
You never defied him or threatened to have him arrested?
How does one arrest a ghost?
Well, when he comes to take his seat in Box 5.
He never occupied Box 5.
And you still kept it vacant?
Certainly.
Well, you won't find me wasting a box that way. I intend to sell it.
Well, that's your privilege as the new manager. But if you'll take my advice, you'll never sell Box 5.
I didn't know whether to laugh at Costello's foolishness or to cry because such a brilliant impresario had obviously fallen victim to some hoax. However, more immediate problems were demanding my attention. My soprano sent word that she was too ill to appear that evening in the role of Marguerite in Faust. I replaced her with a young girl named Christine Donat, who, to mine and everyone else's amazement, gave a performance which brought down the house.
Marvelous! Superb, Christine!
Oh, Durin! I thought you were in Chartres with your brother.
I was until I heard that Christine was to sing tonight, and then I rushed to Paris. Forgive my rudeness. I didn't mean to congratulate you upon your appointment as the manager of the opera. Now I must congratulate you on choosing Christine. I never heard her sing like this before.
So have I. What a triumph! Look at her. She seems quite overcome.
Overcome? Nothing. She's ill. She's fainted.
I led Paul Duren quickly backstage to Christine Donat's dressing room. A crowd had gathered outside her door. I made my way through with Paul by my side. I opened the door and saw that the house physician was by her side. To my surprise, Paul Duren walked swiftly to the couch on which Christine was lying and knelt down beside her. She turned her head, opened her eyes, and said,
Monsieur, who are you?
Mademoiselle, when we were little children playing together at Perrault, I was the little boy who went into the sea to rescue your scarf.
Well, how amusing, monsieur.
Mademoiselle, since it pleases you not to recognize me, I should like to say something to you in private. Something very important.
When I'm better, please. And now I should very much like to be alone. I want all of you to go away. Please.
I wasn't aware that you knew Christine.
Oh, I've known her for a long time, Robert. Ever since we were children.
But we are no longer children, my friend. So why should we hang about outside her dressing room door like a pair of...
And I know her well enough to understand that she asked to be alone because she wanted the chance to talk to me privately.
I didn't get that impression. But if you're convinced...
Look, I'll prove it to you. Come on, let's go back and knock at her door, and you'll see.
I don't know what you want of me.
Oh, she seems to have someone in there with her.
But that's impossible. We saw everyone leave when we did.
Christine, you must love me.
I do. You know I sing only for you.
Nevertheless, someone must have stayed behind. Maybe we can learn something.
I do not listen at doors. I'm going in.
No. Wait. For my sake.
Are you very tired?
Tonight I gave you my soul, and I am exhausted.
Your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
I must go home.
Of course.
They're sure to catch us eavesdropping.
No. Come here. Quickly. They'll never see us in this corner.
She's alone. There's no one with her. He must have remained in her dressing room.
And she didn't lock her door.
I'm going in and find out who was with her. Are you with me?
Of course, Paul. Come on. But there's no light in here.
He must be hiding. Strike a match, please. Hiding isn't going to help you. We know you're here. We heard you. Now come out.
Can you see anyone?
No. He must be here somewhere, and we'll find him wherever he's hiding. You may as well come out now and save us trouble. I intend to find out who you are.
There's no one here, and no place to hide. We're talking to the walls.
Robert, you know my family goes back to the days of Napoleon, and I'm sure you feel I lied to you when I said I knew Christine Donat. Certainly you had every right...
What's this about Donat?
Well, this letter will prove to you that I wasn't lying. You see, she says right here, I have not forgotten the little boy who went into the sea to rescue my scarf.
Then you know where she is.
Of course. She is in Perrault, and she is inviting me there, too, because it is the anniversary of her father's death. Her father and I were friends.
Do you mind if I go with you?
How do you know I am going?
Oh, don't talk nonsense. You're going because you're in love. And I'm going to bring back a singing sensation who hasn't been heard since the night of her triumph.
So you came after all. I was thinking while I was at Mass, will he come and will he remember the Inn of the Setting Sun?
You knew I would come. And you knew I would remember, Christine. Oh, I also brought Monsieur Grohn.
Well, how nice, but why did you...
I am here to ask you to return to the opera, mademoiselle, and to ask you to sing other roles.
Well, you will have to excuse me, Monsieur Grand, but I cannot talk of singing other roles now.
But I have come all this way, mademoiselle, just to...
I did not ask you to come. Or you either, Paul.
You asked me to come, Christine. You knew your letter would bring me here to Perrault as surely as the sun shines.
Well, that may have been a mistake on my part.
There was no point in my remaining, as it was obvious that there was a lover's quarrel brewing. So I told Paul he could find me in my room. What you hear now is what Paul told me happened after I left them in the sitting room.
Why do you say mistake, Christine?
I don't know. When I wrote the letter, I was thinking of my childhood and my father and the games we played as children. I think I wrote to you as the little girl I was then and not the woman I am now.
When I came to you in your dressing room the other night, was that the first time you noticed me?
No. I'd seen you in your box. I knew you were in the audience.
Oh, good. Then why, when you saw me in the dressing room and I reminded you about the scarf, why did you pretend not to know me and laugh at me? All right. I know it was because there was someone in your dressing room, Christine.
What are you talking about?
The man to whom you said, I sing only for you tonight. I give you my soul and I am exhausted.
You were listening at the door. That's the most...
I listened, Christine, because I love you. Yes, I heard everything.
All right, Paul. Tell me what else you heard.
I heard him reply that your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
Oh, Paul, you should not have heard that. You shouldn't.
And where is Christine now?
Oh, I assume she went to her room. She ran from me, Robert. Why would she run from me?
Oh, don't ask me to explain why women do the things they do. Why would she flee the opera after the triumph she had?
There must be some explanation. There must be.
I can give you one you won't like. The voice we heard was the voice of Christine's lover. He didn't know about you, nor were you aware of his existence. She ran away to try to get things straightened out. That's why she wrote you. She knew you'd come here, and she'd be able to speak to you away from her lover.
I won't believe it. Don't forget, we checked, and there was no one in her dressing room.
And don't forget, we both distinctly heard a man's voice. He had to be her lover.
Or someone who's been giving you problems, Monsieur Manager. Someone who calls himself the Opera Ghost.
At this point, I think I can say that I've become an authority on ghosts and their habits. Now, I've heard of ghosts who clank, ghosts who moan, ghosts who scream, wail, and even gnash their teeth. But this is the first time I've encountered a lovesick ghost who's also an opera lover. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. From time immemorial, out-of-the-way places have been favorite meeting spots for young lovers. And when a quarrel interrupts the course of true love, it's a common occurrence to find one of the unhappy pair sitting and waiting at their favorite trysting place, certain that the other must turn up. A cemetery, however, would seem a most unlikely place for a girl to expect to find her lover.
Christine.
I knew you'd come to pay your respects to my father at his grave, Paul. And I waited here to tell you something very serious. Paul, do you remember the Angel of Music?
Oh, yes. Your father never told a story without mentioning him. I remember him saying that at least once in every great musician's life, the artist receives a visit from the angel.
Yes. And sometimes, Paul, the angel leans over an infant's cradle, and that infant then has heard the angel, and the infant becomes a child prodigy.
I remember.
And when I asked Father if he had ever heard the angel of music himself, he shook his head sadly. But, Paul, he told me that I would hear the angel one day. He said, "When I'm in heaven, I shall send him to you." Paul, I have been visited by the angel of music.
I don't doubt it.
How is it that today you understand so well?
You forget that I've heard you sing many times. And I never heard you sing the way you sang the other night. You were touched by genius.
Yes, the angel of music. He comes every day to give me lessons in my dressing room.
In your dressing room? The angel of music. What does he look like?
You should know better than to ask that, Paul. I've never seen him. I only hear his voice. He speaks to me, and it's like in a dream.
Are you sure you didn't dream all of this, Christine?
How could I? I'm not the only one who heard the voice of the angel.
Someone else has heard this voice?
You, Paul. It was his voice you heard when you listened outside my dressing room door.
Oh, Christine. You needn't have gone to such an elaborate lie to try to deceive me about the voice I heard.
You think I lied?
After all, I know what I heard.
I'm beginning to understand. You think that was a real man's voice. Well, if you had opened the door, you would have seen that there was no one in my dressing room.
After you left, I did open the door, and there was no one there.
And you still don't believe...
I do not.
Oh, how could I have ever loved you? Go away. I never want to see you again.
The return trip to Paris wasn't pleasant. Paul Duren wanted so desperately to believe that his darling Christine was the victim of some cruel hoax, while I was convinced that Christine was an artful minx who was trying to keep two men on a string. This belief was strengthened by a telephone call I received the following day at my office. Grohn speaking.
Carlotta Sorelli.
Oh, good day, madame. What can I do today for my beautiful prima donna?
First, my dear Monsieur Grand, you must learn that I am not a woman easily intimidated.
I'm sure you're not. But why do you call me?
I intend to sing the role of Marguerite in Faust Thursday night.
Well, of course you do. Why would you call and tell me what has already been announced?
Because of a note I received this morning. It reads, "If you dare to appear as Marguerite next Thursday evening, be prepared for a gigantic misfortune."
Oh, a prank. A jokester. Surely you're not going to take that seriously?
That's exactly what I called to tell you. And I'm pleased you're taking it so well. Even if I were dying, I would sing the role of Marguerite next Thursday night.
Before that Thursday night, I had to face the problem of the first masked ball to be held in the Opera House under my direction. This was to be a truly gala affair, with everyone in fancy dress. I knew from experience that every artist would be there, hoping to meet and fascinate a masked member of the upper crust. I, of course, attended unmasked.
Robert! Robert!
Oh, Paul! Is that you behind this black domino?
Yes.
I suppose you're seeking Christine, hoping to discover what masquerade she uses tonight.
I don't have to hope. My Christine is behind that white domino over there, and we have a tryst in box 17 on the Grand Tier at midnight.
And you're no longer concerned about that voice you heard in her dressing room?
In her note making this assignation, she as much as admitted that she'd made a dreadful mistake about that voice.
I see.
Monsieur Directeur.
What?
When Sorelli fails to appear for Faust next Thursday, you replace her with the magnificent Christine.
Who said that? It came from the white domino.
Nonsense. Christine is wearing the white domino.
Then Christine is using some trick to make sure she sings Marguerite again.
There's where it came from. From the center of that crowd. The man in the scarlet cape and the death's head mask.
You think so?
Yeah, well, it's almost positive. Come, let's unmask him.
Read what it says on his cloak. Don't touch me, for I am the Red Death stalking abroad.
Hold that man in the scarlet cloak. Quickly, after him. Stop that man.
No, don't touch him. He wears the mask of death.
Who was that man? Why did you tell everyone not to touch him?
Please, Paul. Please keep your voice down. You shouldn't have come here.
All right, but you were the one who asked me to meet you here in this box on the Grand Tier, remember?
I know, but that was before you started to chase the Red Death mask.
And why did you stop us? What is that masquerader to you?
Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Oh, Paul, you were right. The voice I hear is not an angel, but a human voice.
Belonging to...
I don't know. I still haven't seen him.
But what made you change your mind about the angel of music?
Because he forbade me to see you.
How did he know about me?
I told him. The first time I saw you in your box, I rushed back to my dressing room. The voice immediately noticed that I was elated, and when he asked me why, I saw no reason not to tell him about you.
Yes, and?
Well, the voice spoke to me with great sadness and said that if I were to give my heart on earth, there was nothing for the angel of music to do but go back to heaven and leave me without any more lessons. And that was a thought I couldn't bear. I knew what the lessons had done for me in a few weeks' time.
But how did the voice do this? What is the secret?
Believe me when I tell you I wondered myself. I even thought perhaps there might be witchcraft involved.
Oh, ridiculous. You could never be caught up with the forces of evil.
Well, then what is the voice?
A man. Someone who...
Yes?
I confess, I am jealous. That's why I stopped. There is no angel of music, but there is a man. A man who must love you and want you as I want you. And I mean to find out who he is.
No, you mustn't. That's why I had to see you tonight, to warn you. Promise me that you...
I'll promise nothing. I am not afraid of this voice, even if you are.
Paul, you must listen and try to hear how I discovered the voice was human. Listen, and if I have any power to transmit emotion, you will hear him as I heard him, and you will know why I'm frightened.
You have lied to me, my child, because you love Paul Durand.
Why should my love for Paul distress you so?
I have already told you. If you love him, then you do not believe in me. Believe in me, my child. Whoso believes in me shall live and sing. Whoso believeth in me shall also reach the heights. But I shall bring down those who oppose me, all of them. And don't think Eric cannot do that.
Eric? That's your name, then. You're not...
Your angel of music? Most certainly, my child. I have proven that to you. I am your angel, Christine. But I warn you that I have an evil side, and I have power. How is it that Sorelli fell ill the other night? How does it happen that all the directors of the opera have taken orders from me?
Who are you? And why did you choose me as a pupil?
Because of your purity, child, and your beauty, your gracious beauty.
Where are you?
Here.
This is a childish game you're playing. Let me see you.
Never. The day you see my face will be doomsday for you, me, and everyone connected with the opera. And let me repeat my warning. If you want Paul Durand to live, you'll be very careful about seeing him.
Who are you to give me orders?
I rule here. The opera house is my kingdom. And all of you are my subjects.
Paul, dearest, did I succeed at all in recreating the power of that voice and the terror he inspired in me?
Whoever Oh, whatever he is, he must be completely mad.
Perhaps. But nevertheless, he does have power.
What does it matter? You've told me that you love me, and now all you have to do is leave the opera, marry me, and we'll go away together.
I cannot. I dare not.
That's the most fantastic tale I've ever heard, Paul. And you believe it?
Every word.
It's obvious that someone doesn't want Sorelli to sing Marguerite tonight. This whole rigmarole of not seeing the voice, this nonsense, I don't believe.
Then what do you intend to do about that note?
It was Sorelli's decision to ignore this second threat, and my decision to ignore the opera ghost. I ask her to join me tonight in Box 5 on the Grand Tier, where we will both enjoy a marvelous performance of Faust. The first act of Faust went very well, and as the curtain fell for the intermission, I allowed myself to relax in Box 5, where I was sitting with Paul. Well, Paul, what do you say now? Do you still think we could have used the police?
The police would have been useless, Monsieur Grohn.
Did you say that, Paul?
I didn't say a word.
But you heard it. Tell me you heard it.
Yes, I did hear it. Where is that voice coming from?
Not from this box. We're alone in it.
You are not alone. This is Box 5, my box.
Show yourself, whoever you are.
I must leave now because the house lights are dimming for the second act. And there will be a terrible calamity.
Now listen, you...
Raise your eyes to heaven and see and pray.
The voice is coming from our left, 2 boxes down.
No, I thought it was on the right. The lights are dimming.
The chandelier. Look, Robert. Robert, what's swaying? It's going to fall right into the orchestra. Oh, no. Look out! Look out!
A natural accompaniment of any catastrophe is an attempt to discover the cause. And so it was with the collapse of the chandelier in the Paris Opera House. The newspapers speculated wildly as to the possible cause of the fall. But strangely, there was not one word printed about the opera ghost. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. No opera manager ever faced the problems that beset Robert Grand, newly appointed director of the Paris Opera House. How does one deal with something that no one has ever seen, but whose voice has been heard and whose presence has been accepted as a fact by opera workers and by your predecessor? A thing that called itself the opera ghost, and who took credit for the catastrophic fall of the great chandelier which took the lives of 3 people and injured many more. Robert Grand made his decision.
If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, please, I will explain the reason I summoned you to my office. I have decided to make my peace with the opera ghost. This envelope on my desk will be placed in Box 5 on the Grand Tier at tonight's performance. It contains the 20,000 francs which the ghost, or whatever he is, demands monthly. But I intend to reassign your locations so that Box 5 will not be unwatched by less than 3 pairs of eyes for 1 single second. And I insist on an immediate report to me when and if you see anyone entering or leaving Box 5. Robert Grohn.
Where have you been, Robert? I've called your home, your club, even the Café de l'Opéra, and I could not reach you.
Is it something important?
Your ghost bleeds, Robert. Your opera ghost bleeds. Real blood.
Are you drunk? Or just raving?
And if he bleeds, as I know he does, then he's no ghost at all, but real flesh and blood. Isn't that so, Robert?
What are you talking about? What makes you so certain that he bleeds?
Because I've shot him. Yes. Come to my apartment. I'll show you the bloodstain.
Robert, you're here. And now I will free you from your ghost forever. I've already called the police. Here, come, let me show you the balcony.
I don't want to see anything until you calm down and explain what happened.
His eyes. You have to see those eyes to understand, Robert. You have to see them.
Are you trying to tell me the ghost was here?
Exactly. And I know how to get him here. I played on his weakness, Robert. His human weakness. His love for Christine. I told you that, but you wouldn't listen.
I can't make head or tail out of what you're trying to tell me. Now, I'm willing to listen, but only if you calm down.
All right. All right, Robert. Everything I suspected is true. Now, I'll try to give you an exact picture of what happened. It started when I saw Christine yesterday.
Where?
At her mother's. She didn't go to the opera. I went to tell her mother that I wanted to marry her and take her away.
What did Christine think about this?
Yes, she was frightened, terrified by this man posing as a ghost. Well, I left after telling her I would expose him. And I came home here, and it was very late, and prepared to go to bed. Come, let me show you. Let me show you my bedroom. Oh, I'll admit that my mind was filled with wild thoughts that night. Well, I turned out the light, and as I climbed into bed, suddenly, at the foot of my bed, I saw 2 eyes, red and glowing like coals, just the eyes. I switched on the light, leapt out of bed. The room was empty, but I saw a shadow on the balcony. I ran to the bureau, opened the drawer, and took out this revolver. And I fired twice. You see? Look, here. There are 2 empty chambers in my gun. Huh? Now, come to the balcony, and I'll show you the blood.
Where the door's open?
Yes, of course. Here. Now, look. Is that blood?
Yes, it is blood.
Yes, of course. Now, a ghost who bleeds can be found. A wounded ghost can be traced, huh? Well?
I see the blood. I also see a cat.
No, there was no cat.
Not on the balcony, but limping along the roof, trying to find a gutter to climb down. Oh, my dear Paul, I don't know about the eyes you think you saw glaring at you, but I'm afraid you've shot a cat. The next 48 hours will live forever in my memory. I expected that the envelope containing the 20,000 francs which I had left in the well-guarded Box 5 would somehow disappear. It did. But as I also feared, all 3 persons assigned to watch the box swore no one had entered or left the box. Far more disturbing was an unannounced visit from a dangerously quiet Paul Duren on the following day.
Robert, I need your help.
Of course, Paul, I'll do anything in my power. But don't you think that you'd better see a physician?
Christine Guna will be appearing tonight in Faust.
Yes, but not in the leading role. I've decided...
That's not important. I think you should know, Robert, that she's agreed to go away with me. My carriage and coachman will be at the stage door promptly at 11. What I need from you is a way that she can slip out unobserved.
Well, the whole backstage is honeycombed with trapdoors, but I don't know any that would lead out of the opera house itself. Perhaps René Castello might. He was the manager for 17 years before he retired.
I'd appreciate it if you check with him. And also one other favor. I don't want to be seen myself. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to let me use your office tonight while the performance is in progress?
Certainly. But isn't this flight a sudden decision?
It's the only way. I've spoken with Christine, and she agrees that our only hope lies in getting out of Paris, even out of France.
That may be wisest. But why leave from here?
Christine absolutely refuses to give up tonight's performance. Not only does she feel obligated to you, but she also believes that Eric would somehow find out that she wasn't going to appear.
Yes, you may have a point. The opera ghost, or Eric, as you call him, seems to know more about what goes on than I do. We'll meet back here in my office at 8 sharp.
May I thank you, Monsieur Castelot, for taking the trouble to come here to tell me about the special exit.
It hasn't been used in years, but I think the door still works.
What time is it?
Oh, relax. It's only 9:40. Plenty of time.
She's disappeared. What's happened?
Oh, I'd better get out and see what's happening. I'll be right back.
Something.
My God, there must have been another accident.
From my experience, it sounds like something's happened on stage.
Paul! I have terrible news, Paul. Christine has disappeared.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
That was the reason for the commotion. In the middle of a scene, she seemed to be lifted straight up into the air and then disappeared as the lights went out.
Christine, my love, please tell me you're not hurt.
Well, who are you? And why are you masked?
Oh, I'm sorry that I was so clumsy and made you strike your head when I...
Eric, what have you done?
Only what you made me do, Christine. I told you that if you'd continue to see Paul Durand, things would end badly.
Where am I?
In my house. It's my dearest wish that you'll grow to like it.
You intend to keep me here?
I cannot allow you to run off with Paul Durand as you planned.
But they will look for me.
And they will not find you. Have they ever found me? Why do you cry? You know it pains me to see you cry. I would never keep you here against your will, but I warn you, if you leave, you'll sign Paul Durand's death warrant.
You're afraid even to let me look at your face.
Careful, Christine.
But I will tear that mask off.
You're in no danger, Christine. I will not hurt you. So long as you do not touch the mask.
And you expect me to believe that?
You have no better friend in the world than myself.
It took all the strength that both I and Rene Castelot possessed to hold Paul Durand in his chair in my office after he learned of Christine's disappearance.
This would never have happened if I hadn't asked her to come away with me.
I'm convinced she's still in the opera house. I've seen the thing, whatever it is that calls itself the opera ghost.
Where? When?
Why didn't you tell us before?
I tried to warn you.
Well, never mind that. Where is he? And where is Christine?
Well, I can tell you what I suspect. About a year ago, I worked late, and I decided to go backstage. There was only a work light, and as I stumbled around in the dark, I suddenly felt myself falling, and I landed in some sort of tunnel under the stage. Someone caught my arm and broke my fall, and a voice said, "Careful." I looked around and saw only 2 fiery red eyes glaring at me out of a mask.
The same eyes I saw.
Although I was afraid, I asked the apparition his name, and he laughed and said, "I am Eric, and you've invaded my domain. But since it was an accident, there will be no punishment this time. But, Mr. Manager, I warn you, Eric's secrets must remain Eric's secrets."
Whatever that may have meant.
Well, after the meeting, I was convinced that Eric, or the opera ghost, lived or haunted the subterranean cellars and caverns beneath the opera.
Incredible.
I investigated all the trapdoors, looking for the one through which I'd fallen. And one day, I found it. I'll show you where it is. And here is the key to Eric's house, where I believe you'll find Christine Donat.
Wait. I see something. It's a door. Robert, we found it. We found his house. What's the matter?
I just remembered what Rene said about the key. and opening the door.
Well, you can do as you like, but I am going in.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's tricky.
Maybe it's the wrong key.
No, it fits, but the tumblers seem to be stuck.
Oh, is that you?
Yes, Christine, it's me.
I must be dreaming.
No, it's no dream. Can you help me open the door?
He's tied me up.
Damn him. Oh, Christine, oh, my darling, what has he done to you?
I'm all right, but untie me quickly.
Yes.
We must get out of here before he comes back.
Where are we going?
As high up as we can get. Faster, Paul, faster.
Shouldn't we have tried to get out?
We don't have time. He's due back at 11.
We're trapped.
No, push this door. It opens onto the roof. The sky, the blessed sky, and the stars.
It is only up there on the stars that you can escape me.
Eric!
Show your face, you coward. Where are you?
Look for me. Behind all the smokestacks, but you won't find me.
You're a coward. You're a liar.
You think so? Then I show myself. Here I am. At last. Here. I raise my mask a little. Only a little, but you can see my lips. Such lips as I have. And let you hear my voice.
You are a coward. Show your full face.
My face. You shall see my face. And then you shall die.
No, Eric, I beg you.
My face that even the mother who bore me wouldn't bear to look at. Here. Now, look at my face.
Good Lord in heaven.
You wanted to see it. You wanted to see a face without a nose, with dead eyes, and the lips of a corpse. Now, look. As I come closer, the horror that is my face will drive you over the edge.
Oh, my poor Eric. My poor Eric.
Christine, you're crying, you're weeping. And for me, a woman, a beautiful woman, weeps for me.
If it were tears you wanted, you could have showed your face, and the world would have wept for you.
I set you free, and in freeing you, I free myself. Here, I leave you my mask.
Eric, don't shout.
I love you, Christine, as no other man could ever have loved you.
Even today, there are those people who say that the Phantom of the Opera was a ghost. That the story of Eric was manufactured to appease a frightened public. There are others who say it never happened. And perhaps it didn't. But to those who say it never happened, I say, perhaps not. But it could have. I'll be back shortly. In looking back over the story of the opera Ghost, I think I've made a discovery of some importance. If you recall, Eric, or the Ghost, wrote threatening letters to the manager of the opera house when he felt slighted. He also wrote contracts in red ink in a memorandum book. Now, if he really were a ghost, and he did write these documents, could we say that he was the first ghost writer? Our cast included Gordon Gould, Court Benson, Carol Teitel, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.